Hello and welcome back, everyone. Please, yeah, there we go. There's the stream. Um, Prussia. We are voting between Prussia and UK currently to see which one we're going to start. This is part of testing for a video I want to do for Strongest Start in Victoria 3. Just kind of getting a feel for like all the GPs in like kind of a 1 week period rather than relying on kind of my memory of how strong everyone is. There's a lot of like kind of little bit of nuances, but we're kind of coming to the end of the tail with the last two we hopefully want to test today, which is going to be Prussia in the UK. Currently, Prussia is winning the poll, but let's just kind of take a quick look. So, there was an interesting yesterday. I suppose we could look a little bit over yesterday's kind of thing. As people kind of come in and we start voting and this type of stuff. But yesterday, we reached a really sort of strange realization while playing as France that one of the disadvantages of France is that France, as the AI, revs really consistently. The best opportunities you get for bankrolls are when the AI revs. So in playing France, you lose the opportunity to get a bankroll from France because you can't bankroll yourself. But let's get ready to take off. It's hilarious given the situation. We're probably going to hear a lot more loud planes today, hence the title and the stream and this type of thing. But with France specifically, the fact that you can't bankroll yourself is actually a significant disadvantage. For Prussia, it's an interesting disadvantage in that you remove 2 GPs from the map early on. So this removes bankroll potential. Bankrolls are just so disgustingly strong. But this is kind of another interesting consideration in that, whereas before you would maybe have opportunities to get bankroll from either Prussia and Austria or Prussia-Austria, if you remove 2 GPs from the map with your start, you are going to kind of remove some of that potential. You're also, as Prussia, going to significantly lower... It's an advantage and a disadvantage. You're going to increase the threshold by annexing all these small countries. You're going to increase the threshold required to be a GP. You're about to play a new game as Prussia. Talk about lucky. Big nice. What do y'all think is the fastest one conform Super Germany in the current version? I think Connor uploaded a video, or he said he was uploading a video, where he got it in like January 2nd. Of 44? 44? So you can form it really quick. So 8 years is probably gonna be one of the faster ones. 8 or 9 years, something like that. But it's not clear whether you want to form it as fast as possible. I don't think we're gonna form Prussia as Mega Germ as fast as possible. But kind of taking a look at what we got done yesterday with the UK, with France, we're having a little bit of a time, but so far of our tests, France's GDP trajectory is the most strong. And I think a big part of this is this bonus, which we haven't even gotten to the point of being doubled yet. We're going to see with the UK, though. The UK is going to have the fastest 20% clout on the Industrialists. You're going to be able to get to 20% clout faster on the UK than anyone else, like by an enormous margin, because you start out with the biggest kind of capitalist bloc. And I think that Russia felt super sluggish. Although once Russia gets going, I think Russia has a lot of really strong advantages that are like hard to quantify. And so we did test with Russia off stream. Russia's the only one we tested off stream. And then other than France, we also tested the USA yesterday. USA, interestingly, we got 2 bankrolls. But like small sample, right? But if the US consistently gets 2 bankrolls, whereas most other people get 1, because they diplomatically start out with a much better situation, because like no one hates them. And also the US doesn't rev too often in a way that you can sway for a bankroll when you're playing as another nation. So when you play as the US, you're removing fewer opportunities for bankrolls. This bankroll meta is also going to shift. I have to imagine that they nerf it. And to be fair, it's like it's just a specific band at which it's like just kind of insane. which you're not hitting in the early game anyways, but like when you have a way bigger GDP and someone bankrolls you and they just insta-kill their own country to do that, it just doesn't make much sense. But yeah, this is what we got done kind of as France, and we're gonna keep doing kind of the same expansion plan for everyone, which is we go after China, we take Amur, Primorye, Beijing, we go after South America, mainly to try and get faster mandate generation. And this is kind of the thing. The video of Jan 2nd, 1843 is out. I think 41 is possibly doable. I'm not sure if forming that fast is optimal. You know what's interesting is if you're Prussia and you get a bankroll from Austria, it might be better to just actually not form Super Germany until the bankroll's up. Nobody's doing historical Germany anymore. You say that like people were ever doing historical Germany. So we had a mid-1843 video 9 months ago. I was unaware. I was just wondering how all the changes since launch affected. There's a lot of changes. But in regards to speedrunning Super Germany, I'm not even sure. I think if I'm Prussia and I have North German fed, and then Austria bankrolls me, I think I actually don't form. I think I don't form. I think I don't form Germany, man. Well, I'm actually not sure, but the fact that I'm not sure is like really telling, because the fact that it might be better just to have the bankroll rather than the nation is insane. You could also try taking a state and trading it to Russia for Alaska. That's true. This might be more optimal. Taking one of these ones where Russia has a claim on it, just so you can trade it to Russia. That's an interesting strategy. I think that Beijing is like really locked in as being extremely strong, and then both Primorye and Amur are only like 2 infamy, and they each they have a total of like 32 gold or 34 gold or something like that. So looks like Prussia's just dominating the poll. So is getting more land or getting more pops the more important resource in your opinion? I mean, they're both important, but it is now. It's a lot easier to get pops than it used to be. So getting more land probably, but that's just because getting more pops is less of a problem. If getting more pops was harder, it would be the other way around. Why is getting Amur and Primorye though? It would be skewed for Russia since you get claims on that and want to grab it afterwards. So Amur and Primorye are both unincorporated at game start, and they have like under 100k pop. So they cost like virtually no infamy. But like, I suppose if you could get Altai and trade it, right? That's like kind of a very similar thing. I don't know which one of these Russia wants though. They want like Ely or something, but it's very Primorye and Amur are like very similar to Alaska, right? But Alaska, you're still colonizing, so you're not gonna have access to all the gold. Like, I just think that these states are better than Alaska, so getting something to trade it for Alaska. I mean, Alaska gives you a native interest in the Pacific region. I guess that's like a pretty significant advantage. So, you know, Ascending Phoenix, thank you for the follow, big nice. So, yeah. Maybe you could sway for bankroll, the only bankroll of the cost of goods used by the country that's joining you in the diplo play. Or, like, it should be proportionate to the amount of stuff you do, or it should be, like, the problem isn't, like, a bankroll when... Bankrolls aren't OP when... If I got a bankroll from the UK, it would not be OP. The bankroll scales with the size of my GDP. The problem is if I'm Great Qing and I get a bankroll from Great Britain, like, the person with the bigger GDP shouldn't be able to get a bankroll, basically. So... Now... If we're trying to Uber rush, it's possible we should do this. I don't have the answer, Sway, on how optimal this is. So we're gonna... Our testing might not be the most optimal Germany formation here. We do need the other guys to get nationalism. So Germany's... We're gonna play a little bit different, but I think we're still just gonna do water tube as our opener here. There's a really easy to use app with good noise cancellation. Would you like to give it a try? Not right now. I might at some point. At this point, it's like a meme, so now I'm just starting to have more mixed feelings on stuff. I think... Alright, we are using some... What are we using our stuff on? Alright, let's rake back everything. Alright, so... We have the Junkers. We cannot invite anyone, because we're discriminating against everyone. Start with per capita. Other than that, pretty good looking. Could go for early laissez-faire here. Are we on mercantilism? We are on mercantilism, so that does mean we can go corn laws. And that's all we'll need to be able to hit corn laws, so we'll be opening like that, and then we'll get a market liberal. Ugh, so here's the problem. There's an event that kills a character. It doesn't take the life of a historic character. And so because we have almost entirely historic characters, our market liberal guy is very likely to die quickly. So, it's possible we don't want to do that event. Why don't we... This isn't a play pattern we've done before, but why don't we not... Well, I want to not spike corn laws until after that guy, one of the guys dies. I guess we could go land-based taxation. Land-based taxation is going to be a little bit worse for us, but we could also do the pass legal guardianship thing, which I'm starting to increasingly think is like a good play pattern. Alright. I don't think we're going to move the capital. Although Brandenburg's not exactly a great place for the capital, I think we don't even have that much unused arable land there. Long term, the capital's going to be better somewhere else. I think the biggest thing is the amount of arable land you're running. And then also being on the coast is slightly preferable. So we could move it to Pomerania. Seems slightly marginal. We already have the financial districts here, though. So that's going to give more clout to the industrialists. Anhalt seems like it has the most arable land. They already have 5. Alright. There we go. Increase construction sectors by a lot in Silesia to open. And then I think we're going to put... And then, let's come inside here and swap some of this stuff up. The classic game start. All your PMs are bad, so you need to swap everything. I'm stupid. We're gonna restart. The place we're moving the capital to, we want to be on a river. So, hey there, Alhambra, how's it going? After beating Austria for leadership, try to make friends with Austria. Yeah, that's definitely the plan. I'm not sure if rushing Pannat is worth. I think it's not worth, but it's like, it's difficult to evaluate as well. So, I guess we should have figured out where we wanted to move the capital first, but we're gonna move it to one of these three. That way we get the river mappy bonus. Probably whichever just has the most arable land. So North Rhine. There we go. Okay, let's start doing the things again. And then God bless potato farms nerfed into the ground. You'll be missed. Once upon a time, rye was probably the best grain. Whereas tied kind of in a little bit of an oblique way. We don't need to swap that right now. Let's go secular though. And then focus hardwood everywhere, and then come in and areas. Something like that. Silesia is definitely going to be the crown jewel. Could move the capital to Silesia. That would not have been insane, but I think that'll put us in a decent spot. Don't forget to swap the university production method. Did we not? This is an easy one to overlook. We swapped him to secular, but we didn't swap the other thing. We'll keep him in Brandenburg, but eventually we'll want to build in the new capital. I think we don't want to be producing a lot of that stuff, so we'll just put it on import prioritization. Now we're going to have to go in. So we don't want to hit core laws yet. Or maybe we just YOLO it and we just try and get our laissez-faire guy in. Because we don't want this to drop. I think we'll be able to sort it out when we get that. We'll burn that bridge when we get to it, guys. Iron's a weird one. Ugh, yikes. We'll handle that in just a second. I think we'll leave steel at middling. So we saw that our luxury goods were like disgustingly cheap. Actually, let's just try and focus on volume with the GPs for now. So let's get rid of this Sweden one, because that'll decrease the volume of the other trade routes. And Netherlands, let's get rid of the trade routes. Well, let's get rid of that one. And then we're already importing silk from the GPs. I think we're going to be not as aggressive about importing. We're just going to try and increase volume with GPs. These are not super unprofitable, or that one's not, so we'll do that. Again, French one's not super unprofitable, so we'll just put it in, and it won't be the end of the world. Let's look at our diplomatic situation. Alright, I think we don't have too much Diplo to work with as a result of having so many people. We have our own block already, so. Sweden and Prussia have a trade agreement. We do not have the block where we will be able to long-term. So the thing is kind of want to go. I think we'd rather have Sovereign Empire on them, but can't do that until after we form North German Fed, at least. After which point, the fact that we already have some principles locked in will maybe make it so that we don't want to, or some, yeah, will maybe make it so we don't want to do the things. We're equilibrating towards 38, which is not very comfortable, but the part of that is we have shortages. Okay. We do not need an interest in there and there and there. We instead want interests in all of China. And then something like this. And we're going to need a lot more boats as well. We're going to need a bigger boat. So they do take a while to recruit up, so we'll get started on the first level, the first layer. Actually, we'll get 2 layers of boats in all the states we can take. And us just taking states is maybe going to be important kind of early on here. Is it worth it to place all the consumer goods on the highest level of luxury too? Generally, but not always. Had a pretty good eco after hitting Uniting despite not playing for pretty much anything but Unify quickly. Swap to this university production method? Ayo. Swap this. When will you do Hanover World Conquest? Probably never. Doing the, like, UK, like, World Conquest thing, like, really just, like, I was really not having fun when I was doing that. I was having a bad time. Wine just generates so much. We do want to get faster tax passing, at least for now. I think we can get one more in, but I think it's close. No, we couldn't. Rip the dream. Alright, so we probably want to, with our Diplo, trying to get closer to actually getting the things. So who's not in our block right now? These 4. Is that it? Yeah, that is it. Okay. So we will bankroll the little ones. And then improve relation with Hanover. And that leaves us with 175 left. Yuck. We could maybe get a trade agreement with Russia. Let's take a quick look at our generals. Royalist, who's popular, kind of don't like that. Authoritarian, but he will help to increase the clout. And this guy was Republican, but not popular. Moderate, alright. The fact that we're actually not going to be able to do the exact same expansion plan as we did on the other countries, because we just don't have a big enough navy here starting as Prussia. So we might have to cook up something a little bit different. I think we're going to start with taking Bahrain. Suppose we could go for Canal immediately. We didn't get to actually fully completing it, but taking states is now like a little bit better. I don't know if we're gonna have the navy to get the canal though. Outside of like microing super hard. Trying to remember which one of these guys that will become a minor power is the softest. It's also maybe less important for us to be trying to acquire mandate progress. Yeah. Well, we're gonna save because we don't want Russia to side against us here. The dream is hamming over, basically. Stop guaranteeing Belgium. We start guaranteeing Belgium? Did I just miss that? We do. Okay. Yeah. Which gives us enough to improve relations with one of these guys. I think we're gonna go for... Oh, we can't go for that. I think we're just gonna go for the UK because we will get decreasing relations with the UK most consistently. You could always land in Eritrea, they never defend it. Do they really never defend it now? I haven't fought the wars often enough against Egypt, but they've gotten a little bit better about defending strategic regions, but they are a 4-region country. They even have a Dana that could potentially be landed in. Suppose we could just if it goes like horribly. Still, we will try and get Bahrain here. Assuming Russia doesn't side against us. That'll be the first go we have. And then we will need a little bit more government administration. Silesia doesn't have enough taxes anyways. Popular playwright. I don't think we need the prestige. So... And now... Yuck. I do not think we like this company, Sam I am. We would not like this company with a ham. Do we have a place that has a level 3 iron mine though? We do in Silesia, and it's even going up to level 5, so let's also swap out our company. And then do a bunch extra there. I'm not sure we'll get to actually getting the canal employed up enough, but... Oh no, our gumdrop buttons. This is just so painful to eat for a year, to like not benefit for like another 5 or 6 years. I'm still not 100% sure about this, but... We will eat some enactment time. Is there a more legitimate government? No, there's not. RIP. If you nerf Turtle Island, I'll cry. I think there's no reason to nerf Turtle Island, to be honest. Like, if you want to play Turtle Island and you just decide you want to play, like, that type of game, then, I mean, you're just playing that type of game. I don't know what to say. Wow. I mean, I guess. Okay, so we did have the event that bopped someone, right? Is that what happened there? So we'll pop corn laws here. We'll do this. Now we're not doing that because we're just doing that because we want to increase the price of grain. Temporarily, because it has to get to plus 25 to pop corn laws. We will get corn laws. Now we'll delete those routes. I think at Silesia we will also build an engines thing. That way we won't be running a shortage. We do have this as well. So they get the opening salvo version. Yuck. Okay, we could side for an easy Primoria, though. Or a Mer. Do we want to try and micro our brains out with just a couple boats and fight our own war alongside these? Oh, I'm not sure. Is this testing for a campaign or for multiplayer? This is testing for a video where we're going to do top 5 countries. And the top 3 are pretty close, and the 4 through 6 are pretty close in my mind. So, that's kind of what I'm thinking of on here. I don't know about this, just like out the gate surveying. I suppose if we reduce taxes, it doesn't... Well, we should reduce taxes to 0 because it doesn't matter because we have full bureaucracy deficit. We can see if we could yo-yo here for Beijing. We could also declare our own war. And then side in for something? I just don't know how much we can try and cook this up with 4 boats, man. You'd say that Prussia is close to or even top 1. Once you form Germany, you're really unstoppable. But it's still not meta, I think, to go high infamy. They can go high infamy better than anyone else after, like, the first 10 years. But, like, France, you could just juggle humiliations if you want to go high infamy as well. Four boats and a dream. We could try it and just reload if we can't manage it. No matter what, we do want to be on the same side as Great Britain in a play. So... I think we'll have a Mer in this one. And then put in Conquer State on Beijing. And we'll see what we can do. We'll make primary some war reparations here. And see if we can cook. We also get Trucial Coast, and we will immediately set about doing this. And also, we're gonna be stretched really hard to add boats. Oh, they don't have access, so they can't do the thing. Let's move this army over, way over here. This navy over here as well. And then we will also want to, infamy willing, take Primorier. I know we have a Mer in there already, so thank you, Sayusa, for the raid. Big nice. How was your street? Take Primorier and declare war on Beijing and try and land Manchuria. Yeah, this is the plan. I don't know if this works, so this is kind of testing to some extent. Are we even? Yeah, these don't move the needle right now. Until we're done with the survey. So, we're gonna do stuff a little bit differently. Here come in the naval landings from Great Britain. We're gonna wait until they get closer, or until they establish a front. Actually, can we land Korea? Korea's actually not gonna be as soft as up here. We'll make sure to land the right state up there as well. Let's do this. I don't know how I feel about this opening with the Suez survey, man. It's just gonna set us so far behind for, like, we won't get paid out on this for like another 15 years till we can do the company. Or 10 years. There we go. So we see them blink, they're moving troops, so now they only have a 10 stack up there. So that's kind of the idea, is we think we get in there. We are going to need more ports as well. Oh, we're not passing a law. What are we doing with ourselves? We're waiting for the one guy. The market liberal boyo. I mean, while we have the guy who's a fan of this type of stuff, let's try and do racial segregation. While we have this reformer guy. This is not getting in because we have one offense. They have a big defense here. Do we have to play the game? Looks like we might have to play the game. Just back and forth. We look to keep these guys in the ocean here. There we go. That's kind of what we were waiting for. Once the UK's in. Now we definitely want to try and get some of our own guys in as well. So let's do some of that. But now they completely abandoned Manchuria, so we should just get in instantaneously, right? Because no one's defending the HQ. No one's defending the HQ. Do we not have any organization on this guy? No. Why is the landing not going through? Rip the dream. Well, now there's 11 guys. We're gonna recruit a bunch of commanders here. Junkers, Royalist, yuck. We're recruiting commanders so they can push in more directions, so hopefully we get some of the occupations in that war. Oh, we didn't even double check what they were going for. Yeah, okay. Reasonable. Yeah, I don't know about the survey as the opener, man. We're not going to do the bureaucracy deficit cheese. Oh, they're still bringing guys on over. Rip. Hopefully we get some of this occupation, though. There's our modern conservative. I think we're still gonna try and get our racial segregation through because we're already doing. We're just not gonna promote to Gov our guy. Lowering the PM isn't cheese; it's to waste less money. Doesn't lowering the PM activate the thing where it doesn't matter? Ugh. It's not on full org for the label landing. You need full morale too. We need full morale too. Alright, well, we get in. We're not gonna try and advance their front at all, because we own this front, not the other front. And we're about to enforce that one, but not this one. Alright, there we go. Now the question is can we land in on Beijing? The answer's probably no, but it is a question one can raise. They have a 76 stack defending. Yeah, maybe this landing is just like super doomed to fail. I mean, it is keeping a 127 stack over there, but the size of the stack's really super irrelevant here. We're just super hemorrhaging money here, though. Did our armies get yeeted? They did get yeeted. Yeeted and defeated. We might re without the Suez survey, honestly. That seemed just like super not worth. Well, we can win this war. I don't think I like the Suez survey before getting Beijing, so we're just not going to do that. You agree that I should restart? Connor, you're the one who said that, like, on virtually everyone, you should just open with the survey. The idea is that you get a lot of free money from the company. 50k flat is really, really nice when you have a national revenue of like 100. But, alright, that's in place. Legal guardianship thing might go a little bit different as well, if the person doesn't die. Let's take a look at our generals again. Yeah, so we're by no means, we only have armed forces guys, so we're by no means going to be forcing particular ideology on death, unless we recruit it. Is there any of these guys we hate? Not really. Just clearing through some of these. And then... we don't want the traditional, like, we actively don't want the traditionalists at any point in time, so let's retire this guy. Alright, we're gonna stop peeking under the hood. And then conquer Bahrain as the opener here. we are hopefully going to get ourselves in a position where we can do some of this. Now, don't need this interest. We're not going to do the survey immediately, so let's do this. Once you have Beijing, you get like a bunch of excess bureaucracy, but that's what we're going to do, is we're going to wait until we have a lot of extra bureaucracy. Oh, our guy died. Did we get the reformer again? We did. That's so wild. This guy's not a historic character. I guess it was already rolled up, but let's come off the law. And instead go for racial segregation. And then we can try and pop the corn laws. Do this. We just need to get the price over 25. Corn laws are popped. Now we can just get rid of all these. Oh, we shouldn't have gotten rid of the British thing. Oh well. Oop, didn't mean to delete that many. And we will switch to import prioritization. And import some of this stuff. And import some of this. And then do want to make sure we solve the engine problem. No bread, no freedom, that's true. Looks like the UK is also doing their thing. So this will be roughly the same as before, where we can do this war. I'm gonna save because things will get a little bit different. The law of court imports some of this, basically. Is there a world where we can get a bankroll from them instead? Because we could declare for all the stuff we want in our own war. How Florida man can we get? Okay, so we could get an additional plus 37. And Great Britain would not have overwhelming military power in the diplomatic play. So maybe we can get a bankroll from them at the opener. Brother. This is why we save, so we can double check this type of thing. So we're going to create an army. And we have Silesia, Brandenburg, Posen, and Hald-Westphalia. Silesia, Brandenburg. Where is the decree? There we go. That is going to give us way more conscription potential. Mobile artillery, it just uses offense and defense combined. These two combined is 60. These two combined is less than 60. It's 45, in fact. So we're going to full conscript out to make our army look way bigger. Changing gov as well. You are correct. PB and Intelligentsia. So let's see if we can yo-yo here. Wow, we cannot. Tragic. Alright. I still think us getting a trade agreement is better than just locking in the thing. Is mutual construction that strong? Mutual construction? I don't know what you mean by mutual construction. I think we are fine just getting a trade agreement from them, though. And then... you know what? I don't think this trade agreement even goes through. Because we're about to acquire a bunch of infamy and negative relations, right? So I think we might even need to do this just to get the trade agreement to go through correctly, because we're about to declare for Beijing ourselves. Oh, UK doesn't have an interest here. Perfect. Does give us minus relations with Russia, unfortunate. Son of a bitch, dude. We hate that. That, of course, is our relations dropped from over 20 to now under 20, so... there's not much to be done about that. We're going to acquire that infamy either way. It's kind of unfortunate. So maybe a world where you're supposed to antagonize, like, the Ottomans first, so you get... because it's easier for you to spawn a lobby if you already... jeez, we have every anti-lobby. If you don't already have some, so... maybe that's actually, like, the way we're supposed to play. I'm not sure. Kind of interesting. But yeah, we definitely need to piggyback the war. What's this? Or we don't. And that'll reset Russian relations, hopefully. And then we'll also put in Conquer State on the things we want. Amur and Primorye. Now we don't even need to do a landing. This is fantastic. Any of these guys have a defensive trait? I think Surveyor is semi-defensive, if I recall correctly. Yeah. Let's do that. Where is it? Where's Harvey Dent? There's Primorye. So we're gonna add that. Stay under 25. And be super happy. Alright, so that's kind of that stuff handled. Let's also... do some of that. And then... let's get the ball rolling on some wood chops. Your checky move doesn't work. I tested it also a few times. My checky move? I'm not sure what you mean. Reverse swing? It used to work. It doesn't work anymore. It works like a little bit because it changes the... they were getting like -1 from the perceived strength of the differential of strength of the play, so it would get rid of that -1, but it's not enough to overcome huge modifiers. Kevin said that giving mutual investment rights to all the German miners blasts construction. Oh wait, what? I don't even know what that means. Easy 300. Oh no. I don't know what you mean by blasting construction. But you're saying you're getting the equivalent of several hundred construction because they're investing in you, I got some bad news for you. They probably have huge investment pools, and the investment pools are just buying buildings in your country that you are constructing. So, do we cheese Portugal as well? We kind of cheese everything, but I didn't watch. No, I didn't watch Connor's Prussia video. Do you live in a highway? No, we live in an airport. It's just not time for that yet. Is there anything else we want to put in? So we could put liberates in. And make them primary. You know what's really cute? Where's this treaty port? Xiaozhou. We can brick their treaty port by releasing UA. The thing is if we were to go after Macau later, we can't go after Macau later to try and get a treaty port. But UA is also one of the bigger releasables. And then we don't want them to back down, so we're not going to put in another liberate. So. And we won't land a Mur, because when you land a Mur, your guys get banished back to the Shadow Realm. Alright, cool. I hate this event. This event's so stupid. Make it stop, please. We have just enough to afford a trade agreement. We have one with Hamburg and Sweden. Is the Swedish one even worth our... I suppose we don't need it right now. Maybe we cancel that later, but... Oh, we're supposed to increase minimum wage there. We just clicked the wrong event. Good. Remember to cancel guaranteeing Belgium? Yeah. I forget. Any recommendations for Indian Territory start? There's someone just recently posted on Reddit that they did it. I don't have the strategy. I was promised loud planes, but that was a loud car. I demand a refund. True. I'll return your money. We will get them. You're going to unify with them anyways. Them buying buildings isn't that bad. That's true enough, but... What happens to their investment pool when you merge? You don't get it, right? You had around 26 to 30 buildings in the foreign queue when all of them are investing. Then they must be out of pops and don't want to build in their own country. You don't need to privatize until after the North German Fed event. No, I mean you don't get their investment pool when you merge, I don't think. And you get the buildings anyways when you merge. This actually does make some sense to me then. Like in the abstract, you don't want to just trade investment rights, right? Specifically, we'd rather do it with something like Hanover. So we can pull them into the block easier. So we can't get with any of the people we're trying to schmooze. Take a look at some of the bigger boys. But it's just because you're annexing them is like the only reason. No one wants investment rights for nothing. I wish the UI for this was a little bit different. I mean, we could give it to Mecklenburg. I actually think Waldeck's probably going to be better. They're going to run out of pops. Waldeck's going to run out of pops, and so they won't want to build locally anymore. They have 3,000 peasants. I guess he's not seeing comments for some reason. No, I'm seeing them. Man, did you inherit the investment pool? North German Fed would be so cooked. Yeah. Our naval invasion fails. Oh no. Nice. Trade agreement with them. I think we can get rid of our trade agreement with Sweden, to be honest. It'd be funny if we occupied Beijing first here, which we might actually, given the speed of things. How does it feel? Do we feel like it's more sticky to the front? They said that they've made it so the guys stuck to the front better. I don't know if we think this is more stuck to the front, to be honest. TBH. And I don't know in the sense that I'm not sure. It's like it might be more stuck to the front, but I don't know. Well, I guess we're going to enforce second. It's going to be very cute because UK is going to lose their treaty port. We'll just keep that in. Hopefully we get our corn laws guy soon. We need to keep the construction queue going. What are we doing? We need to get some places on auto-expand plans. We do have the Iron Company, unless we forgot to swap it, which we might have. We did. Do some of that. We're gonna put it all on auto expand, so we're just gonna get it started everywhere. And Ruhr specifically, where we have the capital. Unless we forgot to move it. We might have forgotten to move it. No, wait. The capital's in North Rhine. Yeah, let's do something like that. It should keep things relatively stable. Why do we not kill Portugal for African colonies now? It's kind of a bit of infamy relative to other stuff. There's our conservative. There's that. Which also means we can invite other agitators. Except we can't. Do we have a movement for laissez-faire yet? We could give this guy a second to create a movement. Why don't you create a movement, my guy? We hit a breakpoint here. So we're going to see if mutual investment is going to be possible in any of these guys. No, it's not. What a world, what a world. We're going to have to switch to bankrolling soon on these guys instead. We are trying to pull them into the block. I suppose better than a bankroll would have been funding lobbies. Actually. Except it doesn't show you. I wish it showed you in the sidebar if you're funding lobbies. Super. Alright, we're just going to promote this guy to Gov and go for what we want. I think we already got the killer event. Hopefully we did. Otherwise, it'll be sad if we lose the laissez-faire guy. It'll be big sad. UK no chill, bro. Super unchill. Trade agreement's gonna be useful for maintaining good relations with them, though. Transfer states, you say? It's just a like little colony that's like worthless. How it feels to chew 5 gum is currently what, you know, China's experiencing. Could go for a little bit of extra turmoil. I think we're just gonna do this. We get the full shaboodle. Nuking their treaty ports. We will build our ports and such. Since we just conquered it, it is cheaper to nationalize. Please nationalize their level first. Nope. Last level is here. RIP. Alright. Now we're gonna do the survey. Just the YouTube poll about the star is still running. Okay, yeah, we'll nuke it because we're locked in now. Am I the only one who really hates vassals? I feel like rather just conquer even though I have to do multiple wars. Join on UK side, then attack EIC subject. It's time? No, it's not time. It is not time. Play, I think what you're supposed to do is I think you're supposed to go for a timing window. When you get civilizing mission, and you get, ideally colonial offices 3, just like right when you spike them, but before 56, then you release everything, and you can just scoop everything up for like 20 infamy total. Should you ever incorporate Beijing? Yes. They have a really good, Forbidden City suffers from not being incorporated. It suffers a malus of 10% throughput. And so incorporating them would help. And then you also have a really good company there, so it's often worth it. But it's just not, like... You need proportionally a much higher amount of bureaucracy, for it to, feel very good. Amur is gonna get one anyways, because Primorier is getting one. And then there's Beijing. Cool. And then... Still want to expand the Navy some here. Nile interest is activated. So we'll just do this. Why funding lobbies? Because we're trying to pull them into the block for forming North German Fed. We can save to make sure that they don't... Nothing weird happens, but we're going to look to Lib/Schleswig and Holstein here. Grant miners investment rights, get the power block mandates, and chill. Is it worth it to just chill as Prussia for like 20 years? I don't know about 20, but it's certainly nice having a lot more mandate generation at the start. Shoot. Do we not have access? We do not. Rip the dream. Fortunately, we have a boat. I also think we can land Schleswig, because the units inside Denmark don't defend Schleswig, which is kind of silly, but maybe we also get people who are swayable. Mecklenburg would be the one to get. I don't think they're going to sway for anything useful, though. Or it's for anything reasonable for us. Alright, we get a new mandate. Almost certainly construction 1 here, just having a little bit of a think. I mean, we could go for external trade 2 first. The fact that we are using our Diplo not with... I actually don't know how this works. If we put external trade in our slot here, does it have to be in this slot mechanically? I'm not sure how this works. So eventually we would want to swap, we want to go external trade 2 into construction 1, but I'm not sure if we can use this specific slot here, like visually in the UI, to do construction 1, because normally this is your primary principal slot. Why no EIC collapse? We want to have more infamy reduction on unrecognized powers before we go for the EIC. Fighting lobbies doesn't help much for that. It doesn't improve relations. No, it doesn't improve relations. But what it does do is it, if they have a lobby, this will give an enormous amount of leverage advantage. You'd also sway Hanover. Hanover, oh yeah, Hanover would give us access. If Hanover wants a piece of their action, that'd be fine with us, but looks like Hanover doesn't. Oh, I just super blanked out on what I was doing. Not like this. Okay, this. Yeah, so I think we want to go external trade too first. Just so we can set ourselves up for bankrolls in a way that we're currently not. Like, we're currently pressed on this. I just hope that we can swap internal trade off. You can't use internal and external at the same time. No, you can, but the problem is like, we're concerned whether or not this counts as our primary principal usage. You can't? Are you guys sure? God, that's so stupid. Because I'd rather not just, like, get rid of some power level here. I kind of don't want to switch internal for external, but I think it's probably correct. God, that's so asinine. It's really not that big a deal if we... And I think that gives us ticking positive relations, so let's stop improving relations here. Let's do this. Get rid of the lobby, so we're gonna get ticking positive relations. We can't get it with them. With Hamburg, we can if we owe them an obligation. It's fine. Stop the lobbies. And this frees up 500 influence. Not quite as much as we'd want, but could get a trade agreement with the UA. I think UA doesn't have open borders. If they did, getting them into our market would be really insanely good, but they don't. So let's start trying to get some help with the GPs out. And we'll float the rest. You don't actually need these guys in the block. They will join you in North German Fed regardless. Are you sure? Too late, I guess. Are you saying that I could have kept internal trade 1? Rip the dream, dude. Oh well, we're still just getting an idea of how good this is gonna feel. Oh, did our boy die? He did. Our boy died. Rip the dream. Oh, we're really bad relations with France. In that case, let's make sure we get a North African HQ thing here. The reason being is France is going to declare there. Especially if you need like boats or 1836 bird until you have Hanover or Hamburg friendly. You sure? I guess we'll try. We forgot to bring our navy up though. Oh, I forgot we would have to fight their navy. I guess ours is just bigger, so it's fine, but... Rev goes away. So I think we're going to generally want to not research mostly society tech here. Joint stock is not spreading, which is good for us. I think we'll go for the stuff. Poor Netherlands. Really getting it pushed in. Alright. Laissez-faire is doing alright. Oh, do we have to... Is my impression on this wrong? I was under the impression we only have to fight Schleswig if we land on Schleswig, because they don't cross defend. But maybe it's they don't defend stuff that was yours. So it's not the end of the world. We could just get more boats. In fact, we should be getting more boats anyways, but... Because we can't go for South America without more boats. We're gonna need more boats. Kinda don't like how gimped, like, the very opener here feels. Alright. Who's likely to join? Oh, Great Britain's under 30. Come on, man. Get off your knees, ref. You're blowing the game. We're just gonna save and go for it. Normally 30 is kind of the break point where we don't like to go for things, but... Did you say Doodles is now Victoria 3 dev? Is he really? Shout out to Doodles. Doodles is like, I mean, working on one of the bigger things. I thought you guys were joking about him being a dev. In fact, Census Play is saying that you guys are probably still joking. Rip. Ripperino. Journalists can't see the joking, the memer writing on the wall. Let me do this. We can't sway anyone. Oh no. I guess we'll go for war reparations as well. I don't think we'll go for banned slavery. Actually, they're more likely to back down. Do we have our maximized? Yeah, we do kind of have a big one here. Surprise Pikachu face. What happens if they join the government? We drop a bracket. We're gonna have to improve relations with them. Actually, we're in pretty good shape with them, but there we go. Probably should put those at the front. Land reformer, sure. Who's in that? Yeah. We will give them some appeasement. Gonna see religious schools nerf, urban center buff. Not like this. To be fair, there's a lot of things I don't like about Victoria tweaks. So if you just copy paste Victoria tweaks, I'm actually gonna be sad. Let's see if this works. I forgot we need to keep relations good with them. It's like less of a problem, but guess we don't really check our rivalries. Yeah, but these aren't that great. Other than Ottomans is kind of okay. I think that since I think we don't need to lean on a rivalry though, since we're going external trade too as our opener. Which feels pretty bad, but obviously we shouldn't have done it. We should land with the main army, it'll be easier. Wait, what? We are landing in main army in both spots. Alright, let's try landing down here with someone smaller. Laissez-faire is gonna pop quite nicely here though. Yikes on our convoys. We have so much excess bureaucracy now. We can't really do this. I don't think we want to incorporate Beijing at this point. So let's do some of that. Perfect. All right. Now, to trade as much as possible. Dutch East Indies market, someone got released. Those are probably just profitable because we have trade agreements more so than anything. We're keeping an eye and like trying to maximize trade with people that we know are better. Considering it's really marginal, but we just also do want to increase volume. Oh, I forget this makes the game lag so much. Rip the dream, dude. That's like one thing I kind of hate is the meta way to play is also going to make the game lag. Having no convoy cost is going to be especially nice. Alright, export time. Again, emphasizing a little bit, like people we in particular want to have larger trade volume with. But still doing a lot more trade than we otherwise would be interested in. We're already exporting to a lot of the big boys. Novarine market, definitely. Definitely want to... We have a company for this, so this we really want to push out if we can. And we'll just end up building more of it. Wow, we can export glass? I feel like we can never export glass normally. I guess it's before steel frame. It's creating roots with people we want to have roots with, so... Okay. So that is the fruits of our labor. Way more of that. Let's see if we can get any trade agreements off the back of us having a lot more stuff. We're really close to getting... Let's get one with UA. And we're close to getting one with Austria. I think we have to be careful how good relations we get with Austria. Yeah, we don't want to form a lobby against us. I'm not sure if we can declare a play for German leadership if we have good relations. You should rival the Ottos for influence. I do not want to rival the Ottos for influence. Can we do an Ionian Isles run? No. Not anytime soon. You implying you don't want to have trade routes with Montenegro? I am implying that. I'm very much implying it. Just look at Austria specifically. Try and fulfill some more of their stuff. with routes that we would reasonably want. The routes that we would think would maybe be profitable once we had a trade agreement with them, kind of thing. Here we go. Now we're making a bunch more money, probably because of the trade routes. Is this the guy you were talking about? No, I don't think so. Really missing out on Montenegro's one arable land. Just declaring an Italian minor investment rights or something. That would also work. So that's super perfect. We will just need to get this through. Which is not getting through. Oh, got it. We're saying use this one instead. Because he has expert offensive. Also helps that we're up to 13 ships. God, it's so weird. We actually, like, kind of want them to be okayly powerful, the evangelical church, because we want to use them to pass a law. Can't invite anyone to our block. You guys are saying it doesn't matter, so perfect. I think we go coal next. The coal company, the other mining company. It's kind of a weird spot because if we're about to annex Austria, we might want Mavag. Or is that Polish? A Polish company? That might be a Polish company. I think we're going to get another slot pretty soon here anyway, so let's just establish this. And then let's put in some level 1 mines. In some spots. And put them all on auto expand. Movement for homesteading. Could abdicate to that. Not sure we want the rural folk being that powerful. Man, maybe we shouldn't have gotten those guys. Try to get 20. We have plus 50 relations with Austria. You just use yes men to force the Germans to accept mutual investment rights. They're constantly building in you. That is interesting. No, I mean, that makes sense because they won't. So one of the things that makes the AI not want to build in their own country is running out of pops. And places like, we did get foreign investment rights with one of the guys. Waldeck or whatever. And now they're using all of their construction to build in us, yeah. Not Hanover, because Hanover's sufficiently big that they can build in their own country, and they will have a bias to build in their own country, but where's Waldeck? We can't even find it on a freaking map, dude. They, like, well, they're not out of labor now, but they run out of labor very easily, and then their 10 construction can't get used for anything, so. No, that's a super interesting strat. I would not have thought about that. That might make it actually such that we don't want to form Germany. Until we think we can add way more construction than we could get just from getting these guys their 10 construction. Because we get all the buildings eventually anyway. So especially the small guys, we could just go for it. Like, it's so interesting. So maybe in theory we actually just need to restart because we didn't get the proper test in. If this is like... For every one of these, if we're effectively getting 10 free trade, this is like such a big deal. Or 10 free construction. Mecklenburg might be big enough that it's not going to work like that, but... So 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So we effectively have 150 construction. Wait, so nation building on you is good? Nations building in you is good, and specifically giving investment rights. So the thing is, their investment pool... Nations will use their construction to build in their own nation. They will not do that, or they will generally prefer that, and then their investment pool they will use to buy buildings that you have already constructed, generally speaking. However, this is an this is a weird scenario because they have virtually no workers, and one of the things you need in order to want to build in a place is workers, and so since they have no workers, they're just using all of their construction to build in our nation. Now, to be fair, they're going to also buy buildings in our nation at some point. When they start buying buildings in our nation, the problem for us, so like the glassworks in Brandenburg owned by Hanover, this is not going to be a problem for us because when we eventually annex them, we'll get it back. And so we are able to leverage their investment pool, whereas otherwise their investment pool would get annihilated when they get annexed. Right now, thinking of abdicating to this. Who's stronger, though? The rural folk's stronger. I don't think that this guy... If I'm not mistaken, the rural folk doesn't actually have an opinion on... this won't swap us onto a presidential thing. We could just try and pass it. We kind of don't like homesteading as much as tenant farmers, though. This movement is hyper-insurrectionary, though. We can pass it just to get rid of the radicals. Kind of would prefer to go landed voting here, but... Let's just go homesteading, I suppose. Jukers get big badge. Well, we shouldn't delay it forever, but for a while. For like perhaps a long while, because we can also get a bankroll from Austria. The real thing is, like, we wish we had more stuff on the coast, is, like, one of the big things for us. This will eventually pop is the thing. So we could either exile the agitator. We could just exile the agitator, pass the law. I'm kind of leaning towards just passing the law. The Junkers get super mad, but... I don't think we have a way to make these guys pissed enough for us to abdicate to landed voting. And we can't abdicate to this. God, we should have just not allowed the land reformer into our country. I guess you just only like it if you're on serfdom. God, oh well. Hopefully he agitates for something else useful. I think we're just gonna pass this, or try to. And then we could also add the... Oh, that guy's a land reformer as well. Can we do that? Not really. How about that? Not really. Alright, fair. We'll just keep it above 50. Is this another land reformer? We're saying no. I think we're just... That might have been a mistake, but... Yes! So hopefully we can get in here on Egypt. Well, that will also pop eventually, huh? Maybe we just needed to pass something that the Intelligentsia liked to get them out of the rev, or that the rural folk liked. That was, and something we could have reasonably passed that they like is this. We're gonna take a little save and a little risky risk. I kind of don't want to rev here. I mean, we can rev and just fight the rev and then beat the rev, but like, considering the location of our capital, I really don't want to dick down our I don't want to wreck the thing that we have going with our power block and like the trade thing. So let's see if we can do something, a little bit of a slight adjustment here in going for landed voting instead here. Where now the Intelligentsia doesn't support this. Perfect. Oh, well, this is... yeah. Let's cancel this naval invasion. Let's naval invade down here. Okay, for a second I thought that was us taking down. I was like, no, not my gumdrop buttons. We will break this free, but I think we're not supposed to... I think we're not supposed to form North German Fed just yet. That's so wild that that's the strat, man. I think do we have ticking positive relations with these guys? Or do we have to get it? my kingdom for some Diplo juice. Just moving it all down. Okay. Jeez, what a time to... This is so weird if this is meta. Alright, so we can reset our attitudes with them now. So before we had... antagonistic, now we're cautious. Still have poor relations, so it's not going to come up from cautious that easy, but we are putting ourselves in a bit of a nicer situation. I think we do want to go for Bolivia as a protectorate here as well. See, Ecuador is the only one that's maybe risky to get the bisky. Let's do that. And then we could sway, but I think none of the sways are going to be ones that we particularly like. Yeah, conquer state. Not quite it for us. Are we landing with the wrong guy? Yeah, we are. Maybe we jumped the gun a little bit here, but I think we'll be fine. We have like very, very serious morale problems as a result of not having stuff, but it's fine. Except it might not be fine. We'll see. Austria doesn't have the tech to get bankrolls. What do you think about launching a unification play to unify Germany, then releasing all the small Germans to get more investment, and then just launching a new unification play if you want to annex later? What's the idea of the first unification play? So we just annex the big ones, and we release the tiny little powers, and then we have them choose us with their 10 construction? Yeah. PM for subsistence buildings is better on homesteading. Subsistence buildings are just like kind of bad either way. Yeah. Yeah, we do want to go back to land-based at some point. What's the meta? The very strange... So if you normally giving investment rights away is bad, right? We kind of know this. But it might be the case that if you're playing as Prussia, you're supposed to give all the German miners investment rights in a very weird sort of metagame situation. We're looking for someone who has built, who's bought a building in our country, but what the idea is that if they have virtually no pops, which like Waldeck has virtually no pops, they really won't like constructing in their own building or in their own country. And so if you give them shared investment rights, they'll instead spend their 10 construction in your building, like Waldeck is over here building with the 10 construction, and then simultaneously they will buy up your buildings with their investment pool, right? But the investment pool that they use to buy up your buildings, because this is their free construction, right? They are building government-owned foreign buildings. They will buy up your buildings, but you don't care because you're gonna annex them eventually anyways, so it's not a big deal to you. You'll get it for free, and in this way you can kind of leverage their investment pool Whereas otherwise their investment pool would get deleted when they get annexed. You can only release entire states, I think? No, this isn't the case. We know because we like tried to release something up here one time and it only released like a portion of it. What are all-time 5 favorite non-Great Power Vicky 3 countries to play? Assuming you exclude EIC and China in that. Kind of like Persia, Spain, Belgium. Yeah. I accidentally left investment rights save running in 44 and got 15 million GDP without manually building anything. Interesting. I mean, like, it's super... How much is Waldeck actually constructing in us right now? They're using 10 construction in us right now. We swap to check. I suppose we're not getting achievements anyways, so let's just... Actually, no. We don't need to look that way. We can look this way. Right, we have a registry, my friend. Located in Prussia. And is owned by non-Prussians. So look at this. This is currently what we got. Hamburg's got, they own building. Waldeck owns a coal mine here. Oldenburg owns a little bit here. And I mean, we just kind of started with this, so we're not super deep in this, like, kind of the super swing. And this is, for example, Hanover has a little bit more buildings and investment pool. They've purchased a building in addition to constructing buildings. These government-owned ones were constructed. Here's another Waldeck building. Here's another Waldeck building. Waldeck was the one we first gave it to. But you can see that it is... I mean, we have 100 construction right now, but it's 100 plus 10, 20, 30... Or wait, no, these aren't active. 10, 25... 35, 45, 55, 65s. So we really have like 170 construction. You don't like Japan? I haven't played Japan since they've changed it, so I don't really know. I might like Japan. Japan after 1.5 felt so much worse because of Mappy. You know, when I see that government construction of a bunch of logging, iron, and fishing buildings, it seems like a damn good strategy. Yeah. Look at this too. They're all building the right stuff. So what I'm hearing is let Belgium invest in you and conquer them? I mean, kinda. To some extent you can do this type of thing. God, I don't know if we actually win this versus them here. We might have just ran into it a little bit. But, I mean, this is the spot where we want to expand, so... Feels bad, man. I don't think that's going to work out the way I want it to. But I don't want to split off the building just yet. We'll see how this shakes out. So I want to have another one land up here. Oh, they're defending up there in Arabia. No, that's Arabia. They're not defending Adana. Suckers. Humiliation. That's perfect for us. We like that. Not like this. I didn't mean we like humiliation in that way. That's not what we meant. But we are still having really significant problems in terms of our ports, to be honest. So, there is all that. Let's try and get some of these ports and naval bases out, huh? We have this homesteading rev. Well, now it's a bit more of a problem because we can't pass homesteading anymore. Might have shot ourselves in the foot a little bit on that one. We'll see. How is the battle going? Alright, so we're in decent shape despite having infinite negative stuff. Hopefully they don't send this way with more guys. And we can just get in. 54 progress. What is it that affects progress there, man? Do we care that the royalists and the modern... Yeah, that's fine. We just kind of want to get this passed. So we could try and pass something that the other guys like. You don't say. So here's maybe something where we could do something useful. Obviously we can't side the Ottomans now, but we can side here. War goals. What would we want? Return state? Return Sinai. Maybe we can't do anything useful. Russia sides with Egypt. Well, I'm glad we didn't join. We're not exactly looking to mix it up. Maybe we should just rival the Ottomans, though. Because I feel like there's a lot more we want to do. Despite the fact that we have external trade, too, it feels like we want to get more of these, like, treaties that just are giving us 10 free construction for the time being. There's 15 things in the foreign queue. Clip it, not like this. I'm not your favorite Romanian streamer. What about Ludi though? How Paradox expects players to act when we're all die one day. Pound for the 500th time. I fucking love it every time, man. I'm here for it. I'm never not like, bro, this is the best thing ever. You can catch me outside if you think that should get removed. I'm here for it. I'll never not be here for it. Alright. Oh. We don't like that. The thing that's frustrating here is that we can't abdicate to this because the rural folk is stronger than the Intelligentsia. We do get a mandate though. You know what's really beautiful here? This construction 1 bonus will apply to all of our subjects too, who are building in us. But like, yeah, no, this is just it. This is super good, super kawaii. In theory, if you're trying to form Germany faster, I suppose like going for the research one is like makes some sense. But we're not trying to do any of that. Why would you form Germany? Ridiculous. Why form Germany when you can just exploit German miners? Isn't that what this game's about? We don't really need new laws to pass. I was about to research this, but it's already spreading. I suppose we have Amur and Primorier, so that's probably a decent shout there. Russian-Prussian Union in Russia has disbanded. No! 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 What a world, what a world. I think we still want to increase trade volume, though. Alright, so there's our company. We still haven't gotten Sinai yet. Oh, we got kicked out. No, not like this. We got kicked out. How did we not get to the point where we were enforcing? Is Sinai not incorporated? Why did we not tick in below 0 when we had Sinai? It is incorporated. Alright, well, I guess we'll just try and land it again. They have an escalating play with the Ottomans, so they can't possibly keep resisting us here. Stranger danger. Fuck, we're not supposed to pick that option, we're supposed to pick the other one. Our bad here. Well, I think we're going to... It's going to be a sufficiently long amount of time till we get the thing. And you know what? Construction efficiency will work. Oh, we don't have the thing yet. Alright, we got to build up. This metagame, by the way, hurts my soul. If this is like what's meta. We're doing that so we can do a steel company. With the steel company, the 5% construction efficiency will be applying to everything that's being built in our nation by the foreign powers. Do we actually even want to try and use them to pass this? Or do we need to try a weird abdication shuffle to try and get the trade unions to pass it? We maybe try and end up getting the trade unions to pass it, but... La Paz is the capital. Brother. Oh, brother, what's that? What's that, brother? Actually, let's build an actual new capital. Right, so what's keeping us from ticking below is ban slavery. We can't tick them down. Got it. Mistakes were made. Where did our fat stack go, bro? Oh, you're traveling. The Sinai to the wrong front, I might add. Alright, well, once we push the capital here, then we'll get in. You... I forget which state's the easiest one to get in on. Probably here. Maybe we pulled the trigger on that a little too soon. Oh, we totally did. Son of a... Basil. I thought that one was going to get taken next. And now it gets taken, but... In the hands of the state, I find solace. True. Subsidize. I can go at the back of the queue because we're not actually needing it right now. You land over here, please. Thank you. For an obligation. I was about to say, that seems pretty free, but taking relations with them, not as free as we would like. Not absolutely free. Still gonna do the steel company here. It's gonna be forever till we get Sinai online. Why isn't Egypt taking the ban slavery? Can't wait till they let you change primary culture. I can't wait till they let you change religion and everyone just starts going Jewish. Yeah. If only generalists watched the easy guide to beating Egypt with just 2 boats, 2 dragoons, maybe this war would be easier. What happens when a foreign government owning country stops existing? Ownership becomes domestically owned, and this investment right method probably works for anyone. Yeah, it might work to some extent for anyone. It's just like a hassle to think about. You're doing this on ones where you like know you're gonna annex them, and it's like, but yeah. Kind of riding the lightning here a little bit now. Can we just exile this dude? Can we say smell you later? We're gonna save in case things get real dicey here with the rev. Technically, we can hit a plus 10% event, which is like obnoxious. Don't you need 2 infantry too? No. Do a React series on Connor's Karagwe videos. I don't think I want to do a React like series on watching someone else's playthroughs for like multiple reasons. We don't hate the Republican guy. This guy's pretty good. We should stop it. Especially because we're using him to do a landing like right now. Do we hit an important breakpoint here? Okay, no. Oh, this guy resigns from the Intelligentsia. That'd be fantastic, because currently they are obnoxious. So let's see, who would this guy be up next? He is popular, he is a reformer. Yeah, perfect. This guy resigns. And then this guy takes over. That guy is a reformer, but he still doesn't care. Okay, street side standoff. If something can give us 10% differential, we're not going to pick it. And we can't. So now that it's under 90%, we're safe. And I think we could easily pass a law that a reformer will like next. It's not consistent, but when a country foreign owned something stops existing, the building gets owned by a null state. Yeah, I suppose if it gets owned by a null state, we will kind of hate it. We actually want to use them to pass a law anyways. So the Tungus uprising, a fearsome enemy. We will have to make sure we land them in a kind of prioritization that is maybe a little bit higher towards that. Alright, so we will move this army, they're all titled army, on over here. And then these guys fail the landing. Or they get in because no one's defending it. I think they just get in. Yeah, they do. Okay. So, once they get on the front, I think we'll actually use these guys to tidy this up. Because we don't want to lose that. But we will not land a Mur because a Mur is bugged. And we remember that a Mur is bugged, so we won't do it. How do you deal with the 10 million radicals? We abdicate. We just need to find a better abdication. Right now, we don't want to abdicate to this group because the problem is that these guys are... we want to abdicate to the Intelligentsia, not the rural folk. So if the Intelligentsia had more clout here, which to be fair, that may be something we could try and force. Although trying to force that would make this rev more powerful, so it's like this weird sort of... What we want is we want to abdicate to an Intelligentsia-led movement, because we want to get off monarchy that way. And if we do it to the rural folk, we won't get off monarchy. So, landed voting might help out the Intelligentsia cloud a little bit, though, once we get there. And that giving them pop attractions maybe going to help, too, so... And once they get done here, I think we're going to stand this army down. Let's see how much construction we're getting. So we're getting 10, 12, 22, 37, 47, 57, 67. And then we have some queued in Waldeck. So 67 construction. Seems pretty good. TBH. Naval invasion successful, and since we didn't land a Mur, we can actually push. Did I just not read the thing? I didn't read the thing properly. I don't think we want homesteading, so I'm just going to load. I didn't read that properly. We're going to get the same event. I'm just going to read it because I'm not going to be brain dead on it. Can you get a radical leader of the rural folk or a radical intelligentsia leader? Oh, that's true. We couldn't plate the intelligentsia with generals. That's kind of what I was thinking of, but I also am concerned about bringing this above 91 again. We don't want to do that. So we kind of have like two simultaneous things. We don't get the same event? No, the event's over here, right? I apologize. I thought we got the same event. That event's bad if you don't want to just auto-pass the thing, but... Alright. But here's the thing, is now we can pass something that the Intelligentsia would like, and they'll get off our back about this. If we can get a reformer in government of any kind. I think we might not be able to. Super cute. I mean, going to wealth voting is an adjustment we can make as well. This might make the movement go, the Intelligentsia leave the movement. Certainly makes the rural folk not as mad. There we go. Cool, we got rid of it. We'll slot these guys in and now they can't leave. We're looking for the generic steel company. I guess we might have scrolled past it. No, what do we need? Steel. Oh, we haven't finished the last one. So now we have the decision whether or not to North German Confed, huh? Oh, we have to win leadership war first, right? We also have to get nationalism first, but there are some people who are undecided. There we go. That will apply, if we get the prosperity bonus, it will apply to the rest of the nations in our bloc. Many of which we're building in our country. No eyes here. No eyes for us. There we go. Going water tube. Even if it's not more profitable, because it raises prosperity. Ban whoever doesn't vote for the Free Conservatives for not being free enough. True. Democrats don't care which Democrat. I'm boring and tedious interactions, man. I'm keen for the discrimination changes. Same. Turning generals to force policy is obnoxious. I think that to some degree this will still be present, but if they make it so you can't roll multiculturalism, right, with a general, then it removes the pressure for having to, so I like that. Yeah. Like, we don't want to go after recognized people yet. We can avoid it. Or unrecognized too much. Stupid homesteading movement, man. Stupid new agitator. It's market liberal too. I guess we could promote him to government. Because we do want to pass free trade. And that'll help out a little bit. I think Argentina grows the most, generally, in terms of pops. So getting them earlier is really nice. You're at 0 infamy, you use it or lose it. Yeah, that was the goal. That's why we're declaring another war, even though we're not done with this one yet. But yeah, we floated 0 for a while. Just finished watching yesterday's video, and now you're live again. Happy Thursday, Gene. Welcome to the stream. Check if you can protect trade Oman. Gives you 3 free interests. Well, we already have an interest in Arabia. This gets released to Zanzibar quite often, but it would give us an interest up here in Persia. But we're gonna go for kind of on the short-term basis. Oh, we have another one of these. I don't think we want police coordination. So I think early on you're supposed to go for recognized countries, especially in South America, because those guys get way more expensive later. The colonial offices. Definitely feels a little bit weird for it to be colonial offices, but I think it is. We're absolutely flying with how fast we're getting these, though. So, like, I don't want to actually form North German Fed yet. Perfect. I think we can demobilize these guys. Now, I think we're actually not going to delete any trade routes, which sounds like some bit of strangeness, but we want to get more Diplo. You know what, we need those. We just need more convoys, which is what we're building, so. Gonna get a native interest up there too. Yeah. These guys hate our guts, so we probably will. Oh, they're conciliatory. Yeah, well, we'll see who will give us a bankroll, I guess. Is our spooky army as spooky as possible? That's not our spooky army. This is the one that's just supposed to be scary. Let's make it pink. The China army, actually, I think we will correctly kind of assign stuff. Just maximize spookiness here. Neither side wants to give us anything, let alone a bankroll. What do you mean it would make no meaningful difference? Well, let's see if we can yo-yo here. Advanced research. Advanced research is, I think not as good as colonial offices. You said yesterday in your France run that one of the limits on France later games resources. This is why colonization is so important for France, and you can go right from the start in Africa. Yeah. We haven't heard any planes yet. So we take a save. We would prefer to support these guys for a bankroll, but if we get a bankroll from the other side, that's not too big a deal. They do have a wary attitude towards us, which is part of why they don't want to support us. So we'll see if we can bankroll them instead. But it looks like we can bankroll France proper. They refused. Swap your gov, no need to yo-yo. Oh, you're right. We could just change gov. You guys are correct. Correct. Alright, what's the rev? But we would decidedly prefer the rev. Ooh, yikes, we can't fully swap to that. But we could do this. This game, man. Hopefully a bunch of people don't just dogpile on this side, but if they do, we will like mass mobilize. We still have 9 days left here, but we'll be fine. Are we gonna get bricked by Mapuche beating Argentina? Not like this. France declares a rivalry. You know what? Perfect. This is actually correct. We'll rival them as well. So now we have a lot of Diplo to work with here. So we can try and get a bunch of these mutual investment rights on our subjects that we're going to annex eventually anyways. Like Bremen. And Schleswig. And these guys. And not you guys, because you wouldn't accept. This is certainly like way more tedious a start than others. But bankroll has been acquired. Now, the bankroll is incentive for us to annex everyone to increase the size of our tax base. We do have the church, and the church will let us pass public health insurance, which will be fantastic. Immediately the coup starts. Additional 39 days. Is this guy royalist? Reformer? Sure, we'll take the reformer. And since he has to pay a bunch on convoys anyways, and I'll have to pay less going that way, we'll do that. Jesus, they lost. Oh, side to the front, my boy. Make it. Alright, there we go. We win. GG. Alright, I think we're going to add some construction sectors. Not going to be the biggest kind of priority, but I think next up is... We effectively have 150 construction, so I think we're going to go for the unis now. I know it says 100, but we're getting an additional 10, 20, 20, 34, 44, 54, 64, 74, 80. We're effectively getting 80 additional construction. Not to mention we're getting their investment pool too, so we're not... Okay. Coup fizzles out. Well, what's up with that event then, my guy? Oh, we don't want to be doing this. So let's see what we can do as well. Can we get any trade agreements with big powers? Big powers? No. Not as of yet. Let's do those, boys. We do want to kind of set ourselves up for being able to defend Mexico, I think, if that's the way we want to go. Jinfal LA. Thank you for the follow. How close is Suez? Not close at all. I think the construction from the miners outweighs unifying Germany. Now that we got a bankroll, we're going to unify all of Germany, but we're going to win this war for France first. Prussia allies France, coups immediately. No, I think the fact that our the size of the bankroll scales with the tax base is gonna be a thing. Also, we will be refunded all this Diplo we're spending. But what year is it? They're also giving us mandates so fast, but I think the presence of bankroll kind of changes things. I don't know. I think it's a mixed bag here, but I think like 80 free construction. I mean, I think with the North German Fed stuff, if it was just the idea of forming the North German Fed, I think we wouldn't do it. But the idea is we also get to annex Austria. If Austria was bankrolling us, suddenly it would get a lot more complicated, but they're not, so... Or, well, maybe it's not even that much more complicated. It would change things a little bit. Maybe we can get our trade unionist thing going. Dramatically increasing our pop is also going to change our makeup in terms of this, but I don't think it'll be too bad for us. I think Rhone is usually going to be the capital here, so I'm going to land, not those guys. Oh, that's not the capital. The capital's going to be France. What am I thinking? We should push through here pretty quick. Maybe we should have moved one of these guys not there. Yeah, let's move these guys here. Let's just get this thing passed quickly. Where are you guys from? We'll just merge these guys with the China army. Click the wrong button. Woe is me. The Suez is nice because you get 50k minting. I'm not as convinced necessarily, but it's like it's really, really good early on, and then it scales off. It's also like a pretty substantive investment to build it initially, anyways, as well. But the thing is like, from you starting to do it to like you actually being able to implement the thing, it takes forever. Because we almost did it at game start, and we're still like 10 years down the line. But it does give you a bunch of flat minting. It also significantly decreases the convoy cost that we're gonna have to pay shipping stuff over here. So like long term, it's also gonna be good in that way. Us making sure that we lock in Suez. But the idea is the Canal company, which I've kind of underestimated, I think, because it was super trash when companies first came out, and it took a while for them to like buff it. I think we weren't paying close enough attention here. Maybe we should have been playing a little slower. This war is definitely super winnable. One reason to side with the main guy is the Rev. The Rev can. You don't need to occupy the capital on the Rev. I mean, the capital of the Rev is occupied, but you also don't need to occupy it. Our bankroll, our gumdrop buttons. We just weren't paying close enough attention there. I mean, we could probably still win it. Yeah. Is it technically possible for these canals to pay based on how many convoys are going through them? That's the way it should work, but, like, it's flat. How many construction points is Suez? It's about like 1k per point of iron. How long will it take to pay off? It might be a while. Yeah, so this is why I think it's like a huge investment. Like, it's an enormous amount of construction for an extended period of time. And you don't snowball in that period when you're doing it. But then it is a free money modifier, which is really strong, and also a further free money modifier from the trade center. Don't worry, you can always blame chat. I mean, I kind of do blame chat. My fault, guys, I jinxed it. No, I'm not playing super tight. I should not be, like, speed 5ing and trying to do, like, everything at once, but... I mean, we could reload and try and make it... We're trying to test the thing, so, like... I think in theory you get a bankroll from France there, so I kind of want to reload and make sure we get that. We're kind of coming up... I want to form Germany for the test, and so we're coming up on kind of the end type of period where we're ending most of these tests, so we're gonna load and just try and see if we can win that war. We definitely needed to put more stuff on the... Well, we landed in the wrong spot too. We needed, once we identified that was the wrong spot, we needed to shift things, so... I think this landing's not where we want it. I'm just gonna focus here so I'm not gonna talk with you guys for a while. Main army can't reach it. Is the main army banished? Okay, main army is maybe banished to the Shadow Realm for now, so we'll land in the capital here. And then let's get rid of a bunch of these. Because the bankroll is everything. My life, my love, my bankroll. My brand. Look with your special bankroll. But that was definitely, well, I mean, I can blame chat, but like at the end of the day, that wasn't like random BS happening, right? Like when random stuff that like shouldn't happen happens, I'm just like, you know what, this is stupid. But this wasn't stupid. I mean, it was stupid, but it was my stupidity, right? So. There we go. Hopefully that works. Alright, so that's the capital retaken. Let's try and link up fronts, maybe. Where'd the... Oh, we know which army it is anyways. Where'd you go, my friend? So we reoccupied there. Getting people onto the front. This still doesn't look really good either way. Because they can get ticked, like, they don't have to get ticked down. God, that sucks. And we can't land the capital directly. Yeah, I think we still lose this, boys. Classic losing the naval battle as well. My kingdom for siding with the other France. I think in theory you can win this. It costs 5 million to build approximately, and in return you get 50k, so it takes 100 weeks to pay back. Well, the logging camp, like, isn't going directly to the treasury. It's going to the economy. But the point is like, also you're snowballing. So, like, you have an enormous amount of upfront investment for the canal before it starts paying back. So, like, you have to count, like, the exponential number. They're never going to conscript up fully because they don't have the officer qualifications. It doesn't matter. Like, we're already we needed to do that way earlier before, like, the save period. You have a save when you swayed? Do we really? I mean, we could just sway the other side then. I mean, we're super close to, like, also the test period where we want to finish it. We could just swap sides and capitulate. Because this is absolutely, like, a winnable war for any Prussia player, right? We just, like, didn't throw anywhere near the amount of resources we needed to at it. Did you restart the play? No, we loaded to, like, a little ways back, but it wasn't enough. This still isn't. even if we scrape like the bottom of the barrel, it doesn't matter that. So the problem is as the rev, we need to control. The rev can always get enforced down. Will always tick down, and you need the actual capital. So there's nothing we could do to stop it from enforcing down below 0, even if we can't make enough progress. Okay, at 50k, I suppose another way is to dedicate 4 construction sectors for 5 years, and in return you get 10 free construction sectors forever. That sounds more worth it. But it also takes up a company slot, so there's opportunity cost there as well. But, like, we also, like, we're still not going to get it. It's not constructed yet. It still has to employ up. So, like, the returns that you're getting on what you construct when you construct it immediately is immediate, right? And there's things we can increase the construction efficiency here, but then we're spending authorities, like, so it's going to be all opportunity cost. The thing is, we're not going to get it for, like, the first 15 years of the game, even though we, like, focused on it initially, and so, like, is this worth more than a snowball? And it's like, it probably is, because 50k flat is a lot, but like 50k flat is a lot relative to the size of our economy. Our economy would have been bigger if we like didn't go for it. But the fact that it falls off is also a little bit rough, because okay, what GDP do we need to get to at which point it falls off? So how many years is it going to be good for? Type of thing. Suez is equal to 2 bankrolls now, no? Right now it is. I've definitely gotten bankrolled for $250,000. $720 plus wages. Are you guys using the spreadsheet thing? Meta is to swap in and out companies anyway. It's kind of harder to do that now. I don't know exactly what the cooldown is, but yeah, to some extent, you can do a little bit of swapping. I think the meta is like it's difficult to evaluate because us having a steel company can push down the equilibrium price of steel, which is also going to save us money. And so, like, we could be doing that with another company instead of doing, like, the Suez thing. But the point is we need to... I feel I need to test this more. So we're going to be doing it anyways. I think I'm going to swap sides and capitulate, just because I think that... I wouldn't do this if this wasn't a test, because I would have tried. I'd probably try and reload and do it from France, but I think we want to try and see reasonably what Prussia would look like, or reasonable looking Prussia would. And I think I probably didn't play as reasonably as possible, so. Bankrolls also give you like perma-positive relations as well. Is something that's like also kind of hard to quantify. It's Saxony that has the, like, infinite sulfur. Westphalia has some too. We gotta research nationalism first. Rip the dream. I think we swap to that now. We just kind of want to bring this to a little bit of a conclusion, I think. USA rivals us after dumping on our relations by forming their bloc. Rip the dream. We are improving relations with the USA, so there's a chance for recovery, and we have external trade, so we're going to stick with it, because also when we form Germany, we are going to rake back an enormous amount of Diplo, and so we're going to be able to do stuff. Let's see if we can get mutual investment rights with anyone. Oh, we don't have any Diplo. Okay. Alright, well, we can stop doing this. Why does French Republic hate our guts? Bro. Bro, I thought we were cool. We just fought on the same side of a war together, bro. Bro, I thought we were chill. So let's try and get a little bit more of their free construction. Why are you antagonistic with us? Threatening force. Maybe they'll change attitudes. Honduras, we don't care about. God, 15, it's already starting to get expensive here. Let's do some of that. Earliest I've done it was, I believe, was 1844. Yeah, you need to win German leadership war for a North German Fed. I do not have nationalism now. It's also not the biggest deal. To get it a little bit later. I think that we are benefiting from draining out these guys a little bit. I think we can import this stuff temporarily. Solve that issue. And just to look to get to kind of a post-German unification kind of period. I think we still, like, executed overall the main game plan. We went for the South American states and Primoria, Amur, and Beijing. And then a little bit of time on that. Still, the Suez Canal is, like, consistently, we've not been able to get it online in the first 15 years. The investment isn't necessarily super high, but it is substantive and it doesn't get to snowball. Oh, what are we doing? What are we doing here? What are we doing? think it's time to put in the capital. Liquor just gets us so much money. We're going to put in the capital a manufacturing decree. There we go. Now we're making some money. Some of that. We didn't even put in war reps. Rip. We're supposed to put in war reps, because when you do war reps, you can reduce subject payments. Which helps with the loyalty aspect. We also do want to improve relations with them at some point. But I think we do that after we annex Germany, because we'll be floating a lot more Diplo. You have to be spending authority to promote social mobility in Suez for the Canal. Well, this is like another further investment, right? But you might be right. That's what we ended up having to do before, and it took forever. And it's like, that represents... I mean, we could do it. Can you talk about your future appearance on the Talk to a podcast? That's such a good name for a podcast, dude. I think that shit's so hilarious. She's also seems super funny, but super low sample size. I haven't seen much of what she's been doing. You also need to be the only unification candidate to become North German Fed, yeah. We are just waiting on the tech we need. It's possible we're supposed to start one more war here first. Have you spawned gold yet? You have. Perfect. And it's in there, so we can go after Gaza. Or maybe we're just supposed to go over to which is less infamy. Has 11, and Zulu might side against us, and this is 10, and Gaza is very likely to side against us. The thing is, we don't get this colonization space, but if we're going for Transvaal anyways, we'll get it eventually. So... And we don't even have colonization yet anyway, so let's take the lower infamy route. Because we're not going to generate any infamy. Oh, swapping sides, we lose our graph, man. The graph was kind of an important thing for us looking at. Did music stop? Music did stop. Like, something feels different on the vibes. Can you spiel Baltic governance in your Super Germany too? Wait, is that a thing? Are they German? I haven't seen that before. Do we have to free them? What did your colonial offices 3? I'm trying. USA graph was best? No, France graph was better. If I recall correctly. I think we'll move on to colonialization after we get this. Investment rights in Japan, not like this. But like the weaker navy and like this start definitely feels like a lot worse. But like if we get spat out with something like insane, then it's a little bit different. But I don't know. We're just trying to play nice with everyone we can't. It'll be much better once we don't have all these mutual investment agreements as well. Which, to be fair, is providing us with construction. I mean, it's cute, but like... we also would have more construction if we just had more economic activity. Right now we're getting 10, 15, 30, 36, 46, 56. That's a big one. Music player's just not playing? Did you get the bankroll? No. So I swapped sides and capitulated just so I could compare better. Because I think if I had played properly, I would have gotten the bankroll. So I didn't want to... I want to compare these starts, how they're feeling. This one has felt like a lot... not as good as I thought it would, but the entire point is like you press Germany and then you feel great. So... Hey Scrooge, how's it going? It's going okay. There's our music. We got it back, folks. Alright, so I think we're going for... We also haven't used an abdication, which is probably just a mistake somewhere. Wait, why can't we try and pass traditionalism? Oh, very interesting. It's not going to be enough to make them revolutionary. We actually can't make the Mr. Deleuze. You'll agitate for universal suffrage, you say? And you're a literary? You don't say. Did Russia form a bad attitude towards us at some point? No, they're genial. So, now... I mean, there's other ways to piss them off. We could try and go state religion, they'll hate that, and then... Oh, we don't want to do this yet. We want to wait until we get all the Austrian territory, so we get the loyalists there as well. No, okay, we're just in chill mode then. We're just in chill mode for now. Because we're like right on the cusp. We could just double abdicate through on that. Perfect. Also haven't gained as many interests as we maybe would have liked, but take a quick save here because we're going to be going after Austria. I'm thinking starting with UK and France and maintaining your position is better than starting as Prussia and hoping you form Germany without the AI blocking your progress. I think you can consistently get through it, but like, I also don't think that like UK starts really far ahead of like where you start with Prussia. I don't know. You can break everyone so they don't grow bigger, but like you can fire generals, yeah. Right from your video yesterday, you were right. Didn't play USA further than 43, so kind of hard to compare after. Yeah. France has looked the best. I think it's a big part of that is the construction bonus. The construction bonus will fall off in the last like 30 years though. Two Sicilies we don't care about. We're not going to uber micro. We're trying to get through this quickly, so we're not going to super micro, so hopefully we don't flub it, but I think we'll be fine. I don't think we need to mega conscript either. I think just kind of doing the usual is going to work. And then, I don't know if we're even supposed to go for war reparations. I suppose we'd prefer they back down, but we're certainly not supposed to do anything that gives us any infamy. Maybe we're supposed to annex Krakow here, but I think what we're doing is fine. Oh, Holstein didn't side with us. Tragic. Does that mean they don't get formed into North German Fed? How noob friendly is this list supposed to be? Not very. I'm kind of assuming a level of cheese that I would do, which is not full cheese. I mean, when you go full cheese, it's who executes, Turtle Island best. Like, if you're under 100 hours playing, forming Super Germany isn't the easiest thing in the world. No, like, so if you're a beginner, definitely not. Definitely, if you're a beginner, Great Britain's probably just, like, gonna be number one, right? Do we need to conscript? Maybe we just, like, should conscript, like... Yeah, let's just not shit the bed. I think it's probable that we can win it without doing this level of conscription, but we could also just not shit the bed. Yikes, we were not supposed to be running that at high, but it's too late now. So Alicia's gotten a lot of immigration. Prussian war reparations is cute. Oh, maybe we're supposed to defend initially. I am very confident we have more conscripts coming through. This guy's really good at offense, so we'll just let him attack for now. He's on defense. Alright. We'll just look to push this out. And then switch over and eat a couple battles. It's like he's getting Ooh, looks like Austria's doing pretty good to start. But we do have a big chunk over here. Let's take a look. There we go. We have a slight advantage. I think South Sumatra is going to be better. Seems like we just get that for free, huh? Wait, how close are we to this? Can we sway this at all? Are we stretching ourselves too thin? Trying to win that. These guys, I think, are from Africa. Alright, what's the balance power, anyways, without us? Like, not that unfar. Unfar is not a word. Alright. Oh, we can't make these better. Can't make the gov, like, look better. I don't think yo-yoing does it. I don't think yo-yoing changes any of these modifiers so that we can get away from this plus this -7. Unless we intentionally piss someone off. Raise mill wages if you're going to be losing battles. Well, we got to put in here. There's some other stuff we could do. Like, we're trying to play these starts relatively quickly too, so I don't know. End up misplaying a lot. Maybe we should just played all this off stream. Normally I would have like played this stuff off stream, but I don't know. Hey, Nike's fan. Thank you for the donut. You're totally gonna win this war. You're jinxing it by reverse trying to anti-jinx it. Buy yourself a Bavarian pretzel. I'm trying to think if we... I don't think yo-yo sway works here, right? So we just get South Sumatra and then we bail. I mean, we could check to see if yo-yo sway works here. We'd certainly like to get these guys as a free subject, but I don't think it does. We'll take a look, though. Deep in the bowels, because we can't take a look here now. No, they don't accept the offer. They will accept the offer, though, for South Sumatra. Which, to be fair, is going to break a front, which is kind of cute. Spain series when? Spain series is going to be the next one we do, but I want to do a few tutorials first. Oops. In case they put in war goals on us, we're gonna move that guy over there. Oh, they can't because it's a rev. So cute. Super cute. Alright, now... now we're doing alright. With the universal suffrage movement. We're gonna look for guys who have offensive planner and put them on offense. if they have such a trait. That's a mixed bag guy, but I guess we'll put him on offense. I think we had a couple in here. We did. I think this will work out for us. Do we have a way bigger navy? No, but do you have more than one admiral? You do. Scallywag. We're gonna land with... Actually, maybe we're just supposed to push kind of all natural. Ugh. Ugh. Oh, brother, what's that? Heading out. See you, Gene. Gotta be at work at 5 tomorrow. Oof. Yo-Yo won't get anything unless you have a weak military. If you're already getting plus 50 mil strength, then Yo-Yo is useless. That's kind of my understanding. There's a couple things, though, like... There's a couple, like, small modifiers that can change, though. But yeah. It was a hopeful Yo-Yo. A wistful Yo-Yo. A Yo-Yo that truly did not satisfy the demands of justice. Okay, return South Sumatra's in there. Unfortunately. So I'm glad we have those guys over there. We'll have to fight for that. I think we'll put that on the back burner. I don't think we want to pull stuff off with this. Mainly because we do want to get 2 starts in today. Maybe we just actually only have time for Germany today. We've already been going for like 3, close to 4 hours, or like 3.5 hours almost. Maybe we can pull off here. Pull off one of our better guys. Hopefully we don't collapse over here. I think we'll be fine. If we get there before they do, bully to us. Yeah, we just get to push. We are still winning the battles over here. You're already getting plus 50 mils. Do you need a cap for leadership? I thought you just needed an incorporated state. Well, this is a recent change. I haven't done Germany since before this. We haven't done Germany since before 1.7. Free Indonesian interest, don't mind if I do, basically. So, yeah, it's been a hot minute since we played it. I guess we don't really care about the Austrian war reparations unless... Yeah. We're going to provoke... We're going to play until we form Super Germany and then force this universal suffrage thing. I think is going to be the idea that we play towards. Two Sicilies is not having it. What is this? Oh, brother, what's that? I wonder if this will break their war goal. Hopefully they don't put in a bunch of other stuff, like taking states. This is cute. Offering us German leadership when we are about to receive it. Very cute timing here. Very cute. We of course don't want to lose our Diplo pact here, but that's what it is. Hurrah, we get the high roll. And the moral high ground with it. Surrender, you're done. Now, we don't want to side against, or we can't side on either side here because of truces and such. Alright. Ooh, baby. So the fact that we can generate mandate way faster is actually just incredibly nice. Because we get colonial offices 3 before we get any sort of colonization going. You know, classic Germans, we're over-preparing for what we're going to do. I think that we also get to come to decrees and rake back all these. And then we're going to put in some consumption taxes. How are we doing on this? It's gonna take forever. We have to not be at war, right? We'll accept white peace. So we could get German unifier on everyone, or we could get more influence. I think we'll take the influence, my guys. So now we're not going to be generating very fast mandate like we were before, but it doesn't really matter because we are already on colonial offices 5, right? Alright. We can't actually improve relations. That doesn't do anything. The improve relations here doesn't do anything. It here doesn't do anything. Trade agreements. Can we do anything different? No. So, let's take a look over. So we have to all the German miners need nationalism, right? And then we can launch a unification play, or we need pan-nationalism. Forget exactly how this works. Peace out now and join Austria's side? We can't. You have to bankroll Austria to get plus 80. That doesn't seem too bad. I mean, we're hemorrhaging money, but that's just because the conscripts, mainly. Which we don't really need anymore. Oh, we can join them. The bankroll would be the dirty one, huh? But we don't want to lose the bankroll. What else does... They only want transfer Tripolitania. I think we would rather get our... I think we'd rather have a bankroll from France. Kind of a weird spot. Because we're trying to improve relations with them. And an obligation would be very helpful for that. You're saying once we get to plus 80, we'll be able to unify? Or they will support our unification and then we can just click. Is that the idea? Yeah, okay. We also need to get Württemberg on board. I think we can renew this, get this back. Probably need to switch up a lot of this though. We do want to always be on water tube because we have a company for that. And the company means that we care about productivity, and that raises productivity. I don't know why this PM is split exactly. It's because it's not owned by us, but that's like visually just very strange. We don't need... It's very inefficient to have all these at like higher levels, but I think with the China, we could start incorporating it. How much? Yeah, okay. And then... If we didn't have the rev, we would be able to do something else. Unfortunately... Oh wait, this is going to go away once we pass colonial affairs. Perfect. We'll let the procession go ahead. Junkers. My kingdom for some guy who's good at offense. Almost there. Trade agreement, sure. Also with France. Big nice. I don't think we want foreign investment rights with UA, but maybe we do. This is one way. We're importing from them. It's not, I guess. For now, we're just trying to get across the finish line here, where we're going to form Super Germ. Super Germany. Let's just throw everything at Waldeck here as well. We'll eat that for a little bit. I think we do want to hit a civilizing mission timing, in theory. You won't lose the French bankroll, they just don't pay it during the war. You're right. I forget about this. It's so stupid because you should lose it, but you don't. The message that you lose it lies, yeah. The rural folk can be annoying, but the landowners are the absolute worst. The problem is that tenant farmers the landowners don't always automatically stick around on tenant farmers. They always stick around super hard on the other one. Looks like a little bit of jockeying between these two. Our mandate generation's slowed down quite a bit. It's still a decent clip, I suppose. And we do have like kind of the three amigos in terms of what we want on our things. Okay, they're plus 80. You do not support us. Oh no, Bavaria changed their mind too. Not like this. We're gonna do a little bit of a trick here. We do want to increase this. Actually, we want to increase this too. And then, but we know we're gonna need a lot more of this. Here we go. Oh, we need one more member in order to unlock our 4th slot. Not like this. Not my gumdrop buttons. We won't have this slot because it's locked. You require 10 people in your block to unlock it. John's the kind of guy to rush organized sports, basically. It's all falling apart, true. True if big. Hey, it's all falling apart a little bit. We're just trying to get across the finish line, and they're just like, you know what? No. We just lose all the supporters at the end here. Oh, is our cohesion drop is the problem? Do we have to get 100? Wee woo, wee woo. Infra and Saxony? Yeah, fair. Yikes. So, kind of hemorrhaging money. We're at 49, but I don't think... We're not as strong as, like, the France run was, but the idea is we're about to annex Austria, but... Who's our investment agreement potential? Would that maybe help us get these guys faster? I don't know if an investment agreement's gonna help here. And that is Russia's the play, I think, after seeing this. Yeah, this is kind of what I'm thinking as well. I think we're still going to finish Quinine, but... Still forever away from getting that. The thing is like actually evaluating like how much your economy would have grown over like the course of a period of time if you had used the construction to instead build like economic stuff. It's just like actually a lot of math, and I kind of don't want to do it. We're getting Sinai. I think if we're going pan-nat, we don't need to bankroll everyone. I mean, we really don't need to bankroll these guys once we're past the certain point. Unless investment agreement, like, applies. I don't know if it does. To be fair, we don't hate having a mutual investment agreement with them and then buying our stuff if we're going to... Well, if it bricks us somehow, that would be bad. But if we're going to annex them anyways, we don't care. In fact, this would be a good thing. This run started off by eating a 1k bureaucracy deficit. Yeah. I hate my F2 play. I hate him too. Wait for the month to pass? I think we've... Alright, I think we've waited for several months to pass, but... He's not liking us very much. But I think the logic still applies as long as we... still get something through, so... So they're gonna buy up a whole bunch of buildings, but we're gonna get a bunch of money from that. I don't think we're going construction 3. It's kind of tempting to wait until we can do the thing, and maybe this is what we want to do. Yeah, external trade 3 kind of blows. I guess we're just gonna wait until we can get another subject. Let your relation with the miners become amicable? Yeah, but that's still not going to help the Austria part. Who can we sway? For what? I mean, Russia, yeah. How much are we spending on Diplo pacts? Just 16k. It's not too bad. This will also give us another slot. Saxony's still not fixed? Yikes. Maybe it just hasn't recruited up yet. I think we didn't use the right railway. Yeah, let's do that one. So this guy's at 51 now. Yeah, they support us now. The holdout is Austria. Don't think we want the exile at the gates. Who be it? Edmund Larson. No, thank you. I think we want good relations with France. Generally speaking. We want to get our abdication through too, man. So this guy's probably up there. Oh, maybe it's because Austria's at war. And once they're at peace, they won't be like that anymore. It would be really convenient if the France humiliated Austria. Don't give up, generalists, so you'll be known as the YouTuber who failed to form Germany. Yeah, I know. Our ability to generate mandate super early, super quick, or super quick early on is super nice. I think that we still don't actually actively. I think we wanna. We definitely wanna get this guy as a subject. That way we can unlock our last slot before we actually form Germany. And we're waiting on provoking this movement and abdicating to it until we have Germany. That way we can give the reduced like radicalism and all that to everyone. Our naval invasion does get in. Yeah, how's Austria feeling about all this jazz? Yeah, they're feeling like they like us. So we have everyone but Austria. We got to get them up to 100, right? If they got decayed down to being a major power, I believe we just automatically get it through. Or if we had like an obligation, maybe. So maybe we made a mistake not getting an obligation earlier. We're starting on... Let's start on Pannat first. I think we might juggle back and forth between these two and look to finish them at the same time. But we're already starting to play way deeper into the run now than we did with the other starts. Where, like... Yeah. So we have a few choices. I think I like advanced research here. Considering we're about to do ahead of time, and then we actually just do the ahead of time stuff. It might be theoretically better to go civilizing mission first, but we just want to get our formation in. We're really hemorrhaging money super hard though, just to afford 200 construction. I don't know about all this, man. We've also been using the edict there for forever. Rip the dream. We gotta have this on Anchorage. I mean, we could bankroll him to try and get an obligation. But, oh, there we go. There's the support. Alright, so we're going to save up. When you provoke the abdication, make the radical leader a leader beforehand? Yeah, definitely, because he's literary. Yep. Why don't you start colonies? Because we are forgetful. You are absolutely right, though. Oh, that one was a bad one to start. That one negated our our passive interest in the region. That's, I guess, kind of fine. Okay, so we're about to form it. Is there anything we need to do first? We already got our slot, so I think we're okay with that. I think we're gonna form. And then we're gonna swap up all our PMs. Since we're abdicating with them, we're not going to do this, but it is tempting. To be fair, if we really wanted to, we could swap blocks at this point, and do the kingly block. I'm not really sure. I think that's probably not correct. But now, let's piss off the Intelligentsia. They're going state religion or something. No, I don't want to preserve freedom of conscious movement. No, not like this. Let's also just fix all of our PMs here. So now our economy is way bigger, but also we're in 50. So I don't think this is so much bigger than a GDP you could get with France. Of course, we haven't swapped our PMs yet, but... suppose we have gotten kind of unlucky with the gold spawning a little bit. We will need to clean those up. Let's save that for another time, though. And by another time, I mean smell you never. Just add some of this stuff. And just get some stuff in the queue before we kind of take an evaluation here. Will you not get radical enough? Please. The fact that the preserve freedom of conscious movement is like... Let's pass the opposite of universal suffrage then, huh? If we can't. This will make them match. Yeah. Please? Bueller? I don't want to have to hire and fire a bunch of generals, but I guess we kind of maybe will end up doing that. Do we really not have an Intelligentsia general? Oof, the truth hurts. I'm gonna take a little... I just want to get my thing through, man. I suppose maybe it's not that important in the grand scheme of things. Also bolster them, maybe? I don't think that's right, but yeah, we are now... As soon as we ramp up construction or finish ramping up construction, suddenly it's a much different thing that we have cooking. Right? Oh, if we fire a bunch of these guys, they maybe get bad. And we kind of want to do that anyway. Also, we'll decrease the clout, so there's that too. Still have construction in the queue. Yeah, but this is the pop-off zone, right? It all feels bad, and then you do this. Secret police? Secret police will work. Why no nitro on mines? I thought we put it down, but no, I guess we just missed. Secret police will make it matter, right? Minus 12. Trying everything we can to make these guys as upset as possible. I guess we can go swimming, looking for a general, but they're not going to spawn that much because they don't have that much clout. I guess we just bolster, which feels a little gross, but could also exile. That'll upset him. Oh, this will also increase their clout, giving them more money. Alright, it's over 50 support. Does it have to be over 50 radicalism to pop? It does. We're hitting about our construction stride though, but again, we're in 51. And I feel like this is doable. I feel like you could have this level of construction with France at this point too. Grant radical leadership. Speaking 3 makes me angry. Same sometimes. Games find a unique thing to fuck you every time. Yeah, we're just trying to have a rev and we can't make a rev. Enacting and canceling the movement will add 10 radicalism to the movement. Oh, true, big true. And then we can just abdicate to it when it pops. Yeah. I like that. Which means we're gonna have to find something other than secret police, but that's okay. They are market liberal guys, so we can just try and oh no, more radicalism. The movement, you don't say. So that's 40 radicalism. And then that'll also make him madge. There we go. Alright. We of course hate the rural folk, and we kinda like the industrialists, so we'll do this, and then we'll abdicate ski here. We'll get universal suffrage and presidential republic. Oh, we forgot to do the thing. No, we forgot to do the thing. It doesn't matter because we're not going to continue this run anyways, but we could have... We're not continuing the run, but we could have set it up so this guy's the leader and he has a literary, so we would get minus decay on this. But this is... yeah. Rip the dream. All the dreams. They're gone forever. Let's stop this. Oh, the petit bourgeoisie somehow became president there. I guess that works. Somehow, someway. I mean, we have universal suffrage, so I'm not sure in the election who wins that. Sure. I think USA does with extra bankrolls too. I also think that's correct. Because the USA's got like another 8 years and they're on like 200 or 300 construction. And another thing is like you can't I'm not sure if Russia gets there. Actually no, like Russia, they were on like 400 construction. Oh, well, they were on 400 construction with, like, in 1950, or in 1850, so, we gotta save this a little bit differently. But, yeah, I think France is just more impressive. The strangeness of France, you're not getting the very consistent French bankroll because you're playing France is like a bit of a vibe, but and Prussia was kind of awkward to play at the start with no boats. This is another big part of it. I mean, we managed to get like the wars that we wanted though, so it was definitely awkward, but we still managed to like execute the overall game plan, which has been the same for all of the runs, which is that we're going for some combination of this, and this is what we managed as well. But it is awkward. We notably do have really good spot here, but we also had that with Russia, and I think like we would have gotten there with France relatively quickly. I think that the strategy of going for this in order to solve your mandate problem is like pretty good. You can have as much construction as you want as long as you don't care about debt, yeah. I don't think Prussia's in the same tier as Great Britain and France, as Nike's fan. Well, I mean, I think Prussia's... Is it decidedly ahead of the USA? Let's take a look at our USA run. So this is 51 that we're at this, but also we maybe could have formed earlier. Why are we scrolling down so far? The Dastardly People's Wealth event. So here we have 8 years earlier USA. You can see that France is better than Prussia. You don't know between Prussia and UK. I mean... I don't know about that, but here we are at, like... So yeah, USA, what we think we're not somehow getting that level of construction here. We are going to be slower on the timing window though for getting Civilizing Mission 3. How do you get Super Germany? I wasn't paying attention. Austria just eventually decided to stop whining. Disliked, unsubscribed, reported, blocked, robbed, murdered, no bitches. Fair. I can respect that. 1848 Super Germany is what you can expect if you aren't rushing Pan Nat. We didn't get it off of Pan Nat. We eventually they just supported us. But we also weren't trying to get it as quickly as possible, and I think that it's maybe not necessarily optimal to get it as quickly as possible. But this is the USA start, right? GDP and pop are considerably lower, but like this is before USA hits the stride, right? There's no power spike. There's no, like with the Germany test. That's it. We hit our like really strong thing, right? Like we're gonna continue to get stronger, but like With Russia, they eventually fix everything, catch up on tech, because they're behind on tech. They have really good resources. They have an advantage there. USA has an advantage in that you can get so much more migration. To be fair, though, we're more than twice the size here, but it's not even 600 construction. It's 566. Let's take a look at the Russia. Let's take a look at some of the other ones. I mean, I definitely don't think we did it optimal, but like I think we've done none of these optimal. So, because I mean we didn't test these out beforehand. We're testing them now. So France here we have 5 years. I don't know if we get there with France. I don't think we get to that level of construction with France, man. Just looking at it, what's the path? It's not like we're full mobud. I think we are getting a bankroll. Oh my god, I almost put a piece of gum in my mouth. We can't chew gum on stream, it gets too fucking loud. But like we're on kind of the path to like getting similar timing for colonial offices. I keep emphasizing this, but like the colonial offices plus civilizing mission is like really kind of an important breakpoint, because that's when we're gonna release this and go for this on literally everyone, except for the UK. Maybe even the UK. Maybe even the UK. You're supposed to release your own EIC if you don't want to transfer stuff to from recognized power to unrecognized. I don't think you double construction in 8 years at the 8% growth rate you calculated. Well, that's like one data point, and that like you also grow different percentages at different phases of the game. Like you're talking about the one data point of the UK world conquest. Also, you don't necessarily like get to grow all that as much as the UK did, but like I think that like the back 30 years had the lowest growth rate in the UK run. So like I meant to respond to that comment, but I never got around to it. But like it's also a sample n equals 1, right? You have to like you can't just say everyone grows 8% all the time. USA does get Manifest Destiny spike. Yeah, I that's super hard for me to evaluate as well. But the USA, we're doing better on an earlier year than we are with France in terms of how much construction we have, right? So like, but here's the thing, France's overall trajectory has been their overall trajectory looks the best, and I think that's because of the industrialist bonus. That pop in Germany is so good. Yeah, but we'll get pop as the other guys too. Everyone gets to take a ton of pop from India. But yeah, it is really good. But like, did we take a look at the Russia test? I think we did. And we want to take a look at the USA test. But like, as the game moves forward, like, France has the better industrialist, right? Oh, did we just load the same one that we were just looking at? We wanted to look at USA. Like, France has the industrialist, right? So like, their card gets played constantly. USA has migration. Their card will get played constantly. The Germany's card is up. This is so hard. I'm like, I'm really not sure who I think is better between the Germany and the France. But USA is like kind of looking a lot better than I thought. But we have to keep in mind that the USA... Oh, I just loaded the wrong one. We have to keep in mind with the USA, like, this is the USA on 2 bankrolls. which we don't know if the USA just like can consistently get another bankroll. But yeah, it's several years earlier, and it's like more construction. To be fair, the trajectory looks pretty good for the USA too. The France isn't as good as I remembered, yeah. No, the France's trajectory is better. Like, or the France's trajectory is like more consistent, is less spiky. Like the US's, the overall trajectory of the line looks like really good for France, but like we're also twice as big here, or we're like quite a bit larger here as the USA. And also, I'm not necessarily executing these like perfectly. I'm just trying to get a feel for it because we're like comparing many oblique things, but like I don't know. We still have to do the UK test. France is behind USA, bro. I don't know. Look, if the USA can consistently... Here's the thing. If the USA consistently gets one more bankroll than France on average, like if France averages like 3 bankrolls a game and USA averages 4, I think USA is probably better. Super Germany power spike in 70s or 80s might be the best military superpower. Yeah, but I don't think you go high infamy yet, because then you can't leverage bankrolls. And also, if you world conquest super fast, you get less tech by the end date than if you like do it slow. I don't know why you're unwilling to use the Grand State interaction. I just don't want to include it. I think it's like I think it's kind of like silly. I might not think it's silly in the future. I don't know. I just don't feel it right now. If you include it, this makes the UK considerably better. Right? Because the idea here that Connor's talking about for people in chat is like you feed all of the EIC's territory to, let's say, Orissa, and then you annex Orissa, and so you have to pay, you don't have to pay recognized power infamy on the thing, you can pay unrecognized power infamy, so you can like annex all of EIC except for one state for like virtually nothing, right? Like 20 infamy or something. But you can snowball off of it. Yeah, so your growth rate when you hit like the Super Germany, your growth rate will be smaller than like France or the UK, or sorry, France or USA. But your baseline start is also way bigger. The thing is, like, eventually everyone's gonna annex Austria too. And it's this interesting dynamic where you are going to get fewer bankrolls if you're Super Germany as well as if you're France. Super Germany, because you're removing 2 great powers off the map really early. Why does everyone have the Transvaal flag? Because it's all Transvaal. The real long-term advantage of France is being able to form Central Europe. Yeah, this is also a big deal. I mean, Prussia, you're going to have, like, long-term you're going to be Protestant, which I think is better than Catholic, but you can form Central Europe as France. You can form Central Europe as Germany and Austria as well. I mean, you can annex France as Germany and Germany, like eventually when you like decide to go high infamy. But both of these guys getting access to the Belgian companies is really critical, because I think that Belgian companies are like best in slot. France gets the earliest access, I think, to the Belgian company. Maybe not. Maybe you can get it Central Europe pretty early. You have to be really careful about forming Central Europe early so you don't get annexed, though. Because that event, as far as I know, the Italian event can still annex you. Unless they've changed that. So, getting annexed by a random Italian miner is not it. Changing all your laws and tech. But this John Cockerell company is insane. This company is also somewhat solid. I think they're better railroad companies, but this company is just bananas. BNANS. Thought they had another really good one, but oh well. It's like one of the best tool companies in the game. I think the Mavog is the other one, the Polish one that's also really good. Yeah, Grant State is great. I don't know why the line is drawn in it, because you're circumventing the infamy you're paying by like moving from an unrecognized power onto like a recognized power. I think that like the it's too much of like a RP immersion break for me. Although like I changed my mind about these things. Like I didn't do abdication for the longest time as well. So is it this? Okay, this is the one. This is the other company that this might be. I'm not sure which one I think is better, but these are the two best. Followed by the Greece one. Force releasing India is more of a cheese than using Grand State IMO. I can see that argument. I think that like one feels like internal and the other feels adversarial. Maybe that's why I feel differently. UK with India is not that great. Without India is not that great. Yeah, but we're talking about which is the best single player start. You only have to take Luxembourg to get the Belgian companies. Real? I've never been annexed by Italian after forming Central Europe. It's happened to me multiple times. I mean, I've intentionally done it as well. I don't even understand how that would happen in the event. They should get annexed, make them get annexed by you. They should, but that's not how it works. I mean, that's also how I formed, like, Super Borders Rome. By starting as Austria. And then intentionally getting myself annexed. We can maybe show that. I think that we're not going to play UK here today. Where's the Austria run? 1.5.5. Okay, so let's just show. So this is the idea. Super Germany, right? We F's in chat for USA. We made an F out of them. And the idea is we have to... God, I was so exhausted. This episode took so long for me to record because I kept on not being able to get them to release correctly. But the idea is you continually are releasing down here the Papal States, and then you're going to let them annex you, utilizing the event. After you form Central Europe. Okay, so we're forming Central Europe right here. Or we haven't done it yet. Let's just zoom forward a little bit. Okay, so here's Central Europe. Now, once you're Central Europe, you have the Italian culture. So we have annexed all of Italy. You have the Italian culture, and as long as you have the Italian culture, you can get annexed by other Italians with the Rigasamorto, or whatever it's called, event. And so then it's like me spending like several hours to try and generate enough radicalism on our guys, but we're just going to keep releasing Rome and keep trying to... I think some of the times we annex them, but we're keep trying to trigger the event, so we're just going to keep releasing Rome here over and over and over again. And eventually, once we raise the radicalism enough, we get Italian nationalists, tricolors over Vienna. We need to spike it multiple times. I think this is it. Is this it? No, this is just the big sad. It's all the sad. Show me the real Roman borders. There we go. True Roman bread for true Romans. Of course, in order to be Rome, you have to be Papal States. It's Papal States with particular government types. And so this is what we get. English states are very good. Yeah, the English states are really good. And also they still have interests everywhere. They still have, like, a lot going on without India, but they are way weaker. Still worse than France. The UK, so the UK has, like, some advantages that are, like, kind of very unique to them. Like, I mean, we can't really, so the UK starts with by far the most capitalists, so you're going to be getting more capitalist reinvestment early on. They also start out with the most amount of money that they're receiving from Diplopacts out of everyone in the game. So this is a very substantive free money modifier. They also start out with Colonial Offices 2. So they will get onto Colonial Offices 3 really fast. And I don't think they necessarily need to go for South America in the same way, because they generate mandate faster than anyone else, at least with the game start condition. But like, is this a new game we're looking at here? I've been lost to time and space. No, this is the USA run, right? Okay. So for, like, let's look how many financial districts they have. So they have 355. We are playing as the USA in this run, and we might still have fewer financial districts. Please stop saying Italian words. It hurts your ears. Spaghetti, ravioli, tortellini, Gestapo, Mussolini, Berlusconi. Yeah, we have 139 financial districts. So, like, your ability to churn out, like, investment pool is just a lot better. Or the free money modifiers you're getting from investment pool, it takes a time to ramp up. UK starts, like, pre-ramped, basically. And they'll get the 20% clout on the Industrialists faster than anyone else. And then they'll be able to, like, get as much free money modifier faster than anyone else, just because they have a lot more, like, at their starting condition. Like, the UK is almost like they're almost like a country that started the game 5 years earlier or 6 years earlier or something like this. It only happens if you get too much radicalism, not Rome. Yeah, so you have to force your own radicalism. That is right. The first time it happened to me, it happened to me accidentally because as Austria, I think I discriminated against Italians, and then I formed Central Europe, and then I got annexed. Or something like this. I already had a lot of Italian radicals, and so the second I formed Central Europe, the event popped and I got annexed by Tuscany. I think that was on stream, so that is out there somewhere. But like the UK's got so much going on for it. It's like it's so strong in like every single category. And they're the last ones we have to do a test run on, but like okay, so UK and Russia both get a cautious literary guy. France also gets the railroaded anarchist. So passing multiculturalism is really easy on France, in a way that it isn't for other countries. But like, taking a look, they already have 10% clout here, and they are going to, similar to like France, be able to pass like laissez-faire relatively easy. Relatively, no one has it quite as easy as France. What's our grain price at? It's also really hard to quantify the value of having such a large market that isn't your own economic activity, because like you get to specialize harder with the EIC being present. I know the argument was like without India they're a lot weaker, but the presence of all these other guys lets you like specialize harder as well. But you just like, you start off with a disgusting amount of financial districts. A lot of them are in the capital here too, which is really good for clout for you. UK can start with almost 200 construction, yeah. They just increase the taxes and all that. And then, like, a part of that is, like, and then, like, okay, we have this authority situation, which you're getting 25 authority per subject, but they start with so many freaking subjects, and is not close. Like, who's the next closest in terms of number of subjects? I guess it's Prussia, but Prussia's not starting with a vassalization. Or actually, I'm not even sure if they're subjects. Yeah, it's per subject. These guys are just in the block. They're not subjects. And so you get so much from vassalization as well that you just get to, like, vomit decrees onto, like, the map. Like, I definitely think Sovereign Empire is way better for the British. And so, like, you're also preloaded in. I mean, I think you still go construction 1 first, and then maybe you go external trade 2, and then you finish off with colonial offices 3. But you already have like 3 really good principles. 100% reinvestment from it being gun owned isn't that bad while you don't have prop tax. That's fair enough. It effectively like acts as more income. You're still not getting the free money modifier though, but it's not like terrible. I think it's better to have it capitalist owned. But the fact that you're not having as much control over the econ, yeah, there's something there. But like I still think it's better to have the financial district ownership. And a lot of these are overseas, and so you're just getting paid out dividends. I just started with Prussia, but I couldn't grant investment rights despite improving relation. What did I do wrong? We gave tons of obligations in order to allow it. Next most subjects is Russia, yeah. But one of the problems with Russia is they also annex some of their subjects, but like it's also like UK walks into that condition, and then you add a bunch of subjects on top of it, and you just like you start looking at it from like a different sort of perspective where you're like, it's not like our pops are that spread out as well either on the UK. Like the UK is not like Russia where it's like spread out everywhere. So like we have 27 million pops. We have 10% of our pops here, a little bit less than 10% here, and so you know big chunks here. So we have 4 states here, okay, right? 1, 2, 3, 4 that collectively have around 9 million pops. We're close to 10 million pops. And you could put in migration stuff to pull that ratio even further over here. But like, you're going to put multiple edicts down in every single place. Like, bruh. Or you can. Also, you can, as the UK, you know, open with, like, the most gargantuan, take everything from the upper class type of tax possible. So, like, the fact... it's fair enough that you're not on, what's it called, proportional taxation, and proportional would be way better, but like you're still gonna get a really nice peel off of I guess opium just because it makes so much. Not that we would necessarily put these all at the beginning, I'm just trying to like illustrate the point here, is we can like relative to game start kick these guys into a massive deficit. Look at that. They went from they went down from like break even to like a 27% deficit and this huge consumption tax level. So you can really you can still pull a lot of money out from them. And you could do it because you have this disgusting like authority amount too, which is like not EIC in isolation. What do you do with all that authority? Like which decrees? A lot of manufacturing decrees, which will tend to pull a lot of your private queue investment here, as well as pull pops here. I think using a lot of manufacturing decrees is good. You could do resource edicts. You could do a combination of like promote social mobility and like greener grass and this type of thing. It in particular is going to look really good if Victoria rolls ambitious. That's going to be insane for you. She doesn't start with it, but she can roll it. But also if you like you build the monument, it's more after the monument it starts looking a lot better, and it looks even better, you know, if you have some other modifier that's giving you a reduction. So it's not necessarily at open, but the minus decree cost. Yeah. But the fact that it like having India in the market, which to be fair, like the original critique was without India they're nothing, but like having India in the market means that you get to build a higher proportion of wood and iron and coal in terms of using your construction. Can you build a uni? Can you please build a uni in every province before we get the journal uni level 5? Uni level 1 has 27% throughput with the event if you time it right. I still would not spread them out. I think spreading them out's bad. I just pulled 200 construction out of your ass. I just remember it's a lot. Well, I mean, we're here at GameStar, right? We are running high taxes in most of these consumptions that we basically can. We can just see what it looks like in terms of how much of this we can get online without like running a debt. Yeah. We also like we're going to get war reps from Great Qing very, very easily, right? So you can just like take a look at what this looks like as it ramps up. You know, the amount of money we're making is enormous. I don't necessarily think... Well, maybe 200 is a little bit off, but... You can just get an insane amount of construction at GameStar. None of our places are employed up yet. They're starting to employ up. This, of course, is before we go condensing engine pump, which is going to make all this construction, like, way cheaper that we're building here. And we can deficit spend. Notably, if you get the petite bourgeoisie happy, the old lady of Threadneedle, that is unique. Also, this one is unique. I think that normally doesn't give authority and it just gives bureaucracy, if I recall correctly, 10% bureaucracy. So the 5% authority is going to be nicer because you value authority more. Victorian's Queen, yay. We're up to 100 and we're plus 37. We haven't touched anything else like meaningful or significant. We're not getting war reps from China. And like you can deficit spend. Boy oh boy can you deficit spend if you get the petite bourgeoisie in power. And so you also have a fairly solid company in the UK. We're about to start losing money, so we're losing a slight amount of money at 150 construction. And this is like before we've like addressed any shortages we're causing, like this, right? So if we like do this, we're going to be able to yeah, you can go up to 200 construction. They do have the interest of France being a country you normally get a bankroll from. Resetting relations with France isn't the hardest thing in the world. I mean, you don't like it, but yeah, this is a disadvantage. But USA has the easiest time because everyone's like, USA doesn't have like these weird antagonistic relationships. Starts UK, to be fair, does have it with France and Russia. How do you intend on getting the PB over 20%? It's not that hard recently. It happens kind of normally recently, actually. They get really powerful. You can also, to be fair, we have gobs of authority. If you go censorship or outlawed dissent and you use bolsters and you juggle this stuff, you can do 20% happy. The problem is more getting PB happy while everyone else is happy, but you can pay 0 interest. But I think getting civil service is you can try and get civil service alongside divine right and just like really juice, because the percentage modifier stacks really well with the flat modifier for this type of stuff. Can you make the interest, can you still make interest pay you money instead? I don't think so. Stupid question, why are bankrolls OP? It's not a stupid question. So first of all, they scale with the size of your economy. So, when we are playing as, like, they give you, I think it's like 20% of your tax income, but it's only taxes, it doesn't apply to like some of the other stuff. Something like this, is proportional, is based on taxes. It scales with the size of your economy. So, when you are, like Great Qing, if you get a bankroll from Great Britain somehow, this will cost an enormous amount because they have way bigger income or way bigger, size of the... To be fair, they won't be running high taxes, but they have a way bigger GDP. Not only is it that, it's a free money modifier. So when you are getting money that is not being extracted from your economy, so when we take money that's income taxes, and to some extent this has to do with my latest tutorial video, when we take money that's income taxes out from the economy, this deletes buy orders. And it drives down prices. So when we tax, these poor capitalists, right, and we're taxing all their needs, their wealth level is going to go down, and they're going to buy fewer services. This drives down the price of services. It makes things that sell services less profitable. So it drives down the price of this. Over time, it's not going to happen immediately because it takes a long time for this stuff to adjust, but it's going to drive it down. So... and then when we spend more money in construction by building all this, we will drive different prices up. So we will drive, like this, the iron price up. When you have a free money modifier, there's no depressive effect. You just drive prices up. And high prices stimulate the economy in a really substantive way, because not only are we getting the free money, we're making the value of our economy higher, because every place that is producing iron, because we added a bunch of construction with our money, is now suddenly way more profitable. So these have bigger dividends. So these pay more out into us. So it's like, it's an effect that you're getting way more money than it looks like you're getting, because of the stimulating effect it has on the economy. You meant that Great Britain would normally be paying a bankroll if you weren't playing as them. Oh yeah, that's similar. They rev fairly frequently. In order of frequency, the revers that rev the most are probably France, Great Britain, Austria, Russia, Prussia, and then USA is weird because they don't often let you. I feel like they won't bankroll you. Maybe my sample size is too small. I feel like they won't bankroll you when you when they have the Civil War, like, ever over that. And maybe it's hard-coded, and that's usually their first rev, so USA is the least frequent rever. And then Spain and Ottoman Empire, you could also get bankrolls from, but, like, not at game start. Taxes decrease aggregate demand, yeah. But they don't if you re-inject it. So if we delete buy orders in consumer goods and we add it in construction goods, it's, like, net equal, but... It's not net equal when we're just getting the free money out from a bankroll somewhere. And similarly, it collapses the other person's economy. So very often, if you're 4x their GDP, and they bankroll you, they will have to declare bankruptcy. And when they declare bankruptcy, then you can subjugate them. So bankrolls are just like absolute. Like you're getting so much more money than it looks like you're getting. And it's like, the explanation as to why, you'd have to watch my latest tutorial, because it is fairly complicated, but, like, it's juicing up the economy, so it's like, all the rest of your income, you, like, can go up by, like, 10 or 15% off a bankroll, so it's not, like, increasing your economy by, like, 15%, it's increasing it by, like, 30, which is, like, really a lot. And then, like, game's kind of about growth rates. If your economy's 30% bigger, and then you add 30% more construction or whatever, then you'll, like, snowball, like, even harder. Why would they bankrupt? Because they can't afford to bankroll you. They can't cancel the bankroll. No, it's just in for 10 years. The low prices in command economy video? Yes, that's the one. That is the one. It's like, it's complicated why it's like that, but, like, one of the reasons, it's not, the amount of money you're getting from a bankroll is more than the amount of money you're getting from a bankroll. So, high prices are barely better? What are you talking about, Connor? High prices are so much better. Like, everything's acquired at the margin. I guess it depends what you mean by barely. But it was kind of interesting to see with Prussia. I still don't know how I overall feel about Prussia as a start. It felt like, I mean, obviously it's a power spike type of start where you're going to be super weak until you hit that spike, but bankroll equals free money modifier in team play? No, it's not free money modifier in team play, because the same effect that's happening positive to your economy is happening negative to the other guy's economy. So when they bankroll you, they're going to depress their own economy. If prices are lower, the value of the minting cap goes up? Yeah, so, but if you're under 200 million, prices being higher raises the amount of minting you get. But that's like, that's not, minting is not a lot relative to the profitability of a building just going up by 10% across your entire economy. Like, when you're talking about, you're at 500 million GDP and you're happy that the minting, like, the minting that is capped is going up in value because you, like, have cheaper prices for government goods. Like, I like Victory Eco, but they really need to implement an inflation mechanic. Yeah, it'd be nice to see boom-bust cycles as well. I would be really excited about that. I think that kind of my opinion on where they should take development has been the same for a long time, which is there were like 4 issues I really cared about. They've more or less fixed the first 3, but the last one is like diplomatic plays really suck super hard. And I'd rather see them do 0 economic changes and just fix diplo plays over like literally everything. The thing is like you can't roll out a diplo play being fixed. It doesn't. There's no bells and whistles on that. Diplomatic plays being fixed. It's or like I suppose you can fix it in a way where it looks bells and whistly, but it's like not as attention grabbing as we added like you know, private ownership buildings, which like looks like a lot cooler like in the 1-minute teaser they do for the game to try and get people to play and to buy the game and this type of thing. It's kind of weird how we get to print just get to infinitely print money without consequence. The consequences come later. Isn't inflation kind of ignored by global currency and Vic3? Yeah, there's a lot of ways, and there's so much things economically that are just like ignored that like a Vic3, but like the interesting thing that's compelling about Vic3 is you're getting like the plus and minus, like you're having a supply and demand effect that is based that is going to change prices. So variable prices are really neat in Vic3, and in most grand strategy games like you're trying to push prices down because you're producing so much, and that's not how it works in Vic3, because if you push prices down, everything gets less profitable. The 10% profit isn't actually useful for anything but saying your GDP is higher? No, because like the increase in profits like don't increase all government expenses across the board, because government wages don't increase by a commensurate amount. And government wages are a huge portion of the expenses. They're not like overwhelmingly. Like you can see our overall expense is 800K, but government wages here is 125K. Military wages here is 43K. And so we'll ignore kind of like the other stuff because those are the big ones. but that's like 160K. That's a very sizable portion of the economy that's not increasing in price. But also, if you have companies, you can lower the price equilibrium of construction goods specifically, or what you're spending a lot of stuff on, like the construction goods, right? And then you will not be increasing them by a proportion that is as high as you are increasing the other stuff by, or you're offsetting the increase. You know what else is a free money modifier? The Suez Company. Yep, it is. It takes forever to get it in, though. How hard is it to get a bankroll while playing a small country? Real hard. People don't give you giving you any agreements. Yeah, it's generally the size of your military is a big function, or the perceived size of your military. Sometimes your military doesn't actually have to be large. But also when you increase the GDP, you're increasing the free money modifiers. So it's like the benefit's not like linear. Because and you're increasing all the profitability of all your buildings. You increase it by, but you basically can't really get bankrolls very easily as a small country. Except you can technically get them from other small guys, but the small guys generally aren't starting a lot of Diplo plays. Generally, it's only like GPs and stuff that start a lot of Diplo plays, unless they're like railroaded, like Ethiopia, to start a lot of Diplo plays and this type of stuff. Yeah, I think going for these 3 states is just so strong now. We forgot to incorporate them on Germany. That's okay, though. Isn't Suez company only 50K on minting? Well, it's not minting, it's taxes, which is increased by bankrolls, which is a substantive thing. But 50K is a lot, man. But here we are with, like, Germany, though. It also, the Suez Canal company does also not literal nothing. But it's not looking like it's going to be extremely good here on Germany, just because our economy is already so big. But it's also, importantly, a free money modifier. But the throughput applies to trade centers as well, which just increases the trade center profitability, which is also a free money modifier, so I'm not really sure how to evaluate that. I'd have to take a closer look at Suez. I mean, I'm trying to experiment a little bit more with Suez Canal Company. I don't know if I will for the UK, like, experiment, but, because what's ending up happening is, like, we're not even getting to it, but, that's the productivity. This is the balance. This is increased. This balance is increased by the throughput that gets applied by the company. So it's not just the minting. It also applies to shipyards, but that's not very useful overall. Like, that's not where the value is coming from. But if you can't get the prosperity bonus, the Suez Canal Company is probably just, like, terrible. You just need to, you got a British bankroll in the Nicaragua run, you just need to be allied to go get them. Maybe Suez is only good for small countries. It's very nice for small countries. Yeah. The thing is like, the Suez company is going to be significantly better the smaller your economy is. And it might be the case that Germany is just too big by the time you get it. I don't know. The thing is like, we would have to, it's opportunity cost, right? We would have to compare it to, there's so many moving parts, but we'd have to compare it to, like, the value of how much free value is getting created by, you know, adding 20% of a building to these, like, 86 buildings here. I mean, like, we're adding 20% of a building to these steel buildings, but then we have to evaluate the state construction efficiency bonus. How much is that worth? Because, like, if we're, like, and, like, all this is a whole lot of math. I can't touch the spirit of the game and have it tell me, like, at what breakpoint the Suez is worth more or less. You personally hate Suez. Your tax income is 150 million with 160 million expenses. Well, Suez would be good in that situation. You mean your total tax income, not just income taxes, but income plus poll and consumption? But for us here, it would represent... You care about it not just because the national revenue increase, but also the free money modifier. But additional throughput on industries is effectively a free money modifier. Amethyst asks, what does the throughput on trade centers even do? I mean, we answered this, I feel like, just a second ago. Maybe it was just the delay, but this weekly balance gets modified up. Which, that is, like, also a free money modifier. And so you'd have to, like, take a look at all of these. I think Suez is great for anyone who isn't a GP. Yeah. Hype for company-owned buildings. Big hype. Big nice. So, let's actually take a look. Trade centers, I think, have 0 throughput normally. So let's do... Is it going to tell us their total output, or is it just going to give us the stupid productivity number? And we would have to do the math ourselves. Is trade revenue what we're looking at? Trade revenue is not the net. Where's the net, my guys? Right? I'm pretty sure it's not the net. So the net is 19 million off of trade revenue of 30 million. So if the net's roughly 2/3, let's call it 2/3. Because the net is what gets increased. We have 30k plus 16k. Yeah, let's do this. And this is just going to be how much free money is coming into the economy, not just how much based off of getting the throughput on this, not how much is going to the treasury. So we're just going to round to the thousands. So we're going to call this 31 plus 16 plus 27 plus 5 plus 1 plus 5, so we'll do plus 6 plus 3 plus 2, so we'll do plus 5 plus negative, so we'll just not include that. So that's 90,000. That's really easy because now we know if 90,000, 2/3 of that, we'll do 60,000 times 0.2. There's going to be an additional 12,000 of free money injected into the economy. Now it's going to be injected in terms of dividends. To be fair, I think the throughput actually increases how much money we're losing here. But there's going to be just 20k, 12, unless I'm misunderstanding how the throughput applies, which I don't think I am. The throughput just applies to the more wages and tariffs go in, and more of this goes in as well. I don't know how more tariffs go in. It increasing tariffs is actually weird. I don't know how that works. Does the free money apply to tariffs? Does it give a tariff free money modifier, or does it actually increase the tariffs being paid? I don't know how that works, but you know what else is an output, though, for us? Influence, baby. So that also would go up by 20%. Which is kind of interesting. But the 12k would just be injected as a free money modifier. So just kind of taking a look here, and let's look at our investment pool. We're getting reinvestment of 160k, and financial districts are 75k is the reinvestment. Let's see our kind of condition. We do not have happy industrialists. But that 75k is... So we have to divide it by 1.25? So 75 divided by 1.25 is also 60. So the free money modifier we are getting from the laissez-faire investment, capitalist investment pool contribution efficiency bonus, that's 15k. So we would be getting almost that much from the Canal on top of the 50k tax and free money modifier. So Suez company meta for influence? Maybe, dude. So that's like the quick maths version of it. The thing that we have to compare to all this is that opportunity cost, right? How expensive are all of our construction? Because if we wanted to reduce that by 5% and not use the steel company, is that going to offset the free money effect? And like now we're suddenly getting into the like levels of math required that we can't just quick math it. Mendingo, thank you for the follow. Probably our best company is going to be like the iron one, right? So we can take a look at the iron company. We could take a look at the iron company if I can remember which one to click. So we have 125 iron mines. So let's assume they're all equally productive. Current balance is 5k. The thing is the balance will be increased by 20%. From the throughput bonus. So if each one of these, let's assume that it's 6k for 5 levels, which again we're rounding. So actually let's just actually do 5.81, and that's for 5 levels. We times it by 25 to get to 125 levels. That's the overall size of the economy, the economic kind of effect of that. And if we times that by 0.8 minus 145k, we would be losing out on 28k of free money modifier into the economy if we got rid of the iron mines. So, and that's just the iron mines, not including the lead mines. Although there's not a lot of lead mines, so we could call it 30k. So, roughly speaking, just in terms of free money, not in terms of controlled money. Well, we'd have to further modify that by the investment pool stuff. So let's call it 40k. It looks like the Canal company will give like 62k of free money modifier, and the iron company will give 30 to 40k or something like this. And so Suez Canal company is probably better right now. If we doubled our iron mines, it probably wouldn't be better than the iron company. This is, of course, not considering the fact that this would pull down our equilibrium price of iron. And we're not going to do the math for this because this is too hard. Or, like, I don't want to do it without a spreadsheet. We would pull down the equilibrium price of iron, and pulling down the equilibrium price of iron makes it so that a quarter of our government expenses are cheaper. So if iron were more expensive, and this is not... is this effectively... Are we double counting free money if we count like this? I don't think we are. I'm not sure exactly on the relationship. I don't think we're double counting. The fact that iron's cheaper because we have an iron company is also substantive. Because it's a quarter of our government expenses. We're spending about a total of 800k, and it's 200k on the iron. I think you'd be trying to check how much you're spending on construction by hovering over the money at the top. Controlled price adjusted income is the statistic that matters. Um, it's not the only. It's the statistic that primarily matters, yeah, but it's not the only one. Your pops just having higher SOL is better too. Like, so just in like the if we increase the SOL and keep the government like income controlled for price constant, but we increase pop income, this is a really positive thing. But that's at a GDP of 75 million. So we have to keep in mind that the Suez Canal bonus will scale up as well. So if it's 40k now for the iron mine, and we assume that like if we double the size of the iron mine, it'll be 80k. In terms of free money modifier, not government income, although the free money will increase government income as well, and notably pull down the price of iron if you have an iron company, which again we're not like perfectly evaluating because it's too complicated. You would have assuming you increase the trade by a similar amount, which I don't think you do, because I think that trade routes kind of get capped after a certain point, but let's just assume for Suez Canal. The Suez Canal company would be giving you 74k in free money modifiers, 24k coming from the throughput on the things, and then you'd be getting like 80k from the iron company, so maybe at around 150 million. The canal company starts to not be as good as a different company. Like at that game, would you be able to slot in both? I usually compare it to the wood company. Yeah, so like the iron company is also really good. So opportunity cost we're just trying to compare one opportunity cost to another though. Like we're not trying to compare it to like, yeah, so the coal company is not going to be as good. But like the coal company at 200 million is probably, yeah, so maybe 200 million is about the mark, which I think was what Connor said earlier. Or he said it's probably not good then. And so, like, maybe that's the GDP kind of, like, threshold where you're starting to prefer other things. Does Suez Canal Company increase trade center throughput? It does. It does. And it just gives you free money. But eventually trade, like, falls off super hard. If trade didn't fall off like it does, it would be... the canal companies would be way better. But yeah, here, let's show Pelea. Pelea's late to the party. He's trying to be like, bros. It increases this, Pelea. It gives you throughput here. I don't know what it does with tariffs, though. I haven't the faintest clue. If it increases the amount of tariffs that are being extracted, or increases the amount of tariffs that are being received, or both. But if it's asymmetric, well, if it increases tariffs, it would in theory decrease trade volume. But if it's increasing one and not the other, and you're just getting free tariff modifiers, then like there's maybe a scenario where you go the canal companies. You know what? I was meaning to look at the canal companies closer with the Panama run, but the Panama run got super scuffed. But if tariffs received is increasing by 20%, but tariffs paid is not increasing by 20%, then that might make it so that you would want to tariff. Are we doing the UK start today or next stream? Next stream. I should change the title of the stream. I'll change it now. I don't, because the UK is going to take forever to do. We might do it tomorrow. But, I don't know, this is like, it's, very obliquely, edit quick actions? No. It's not what I wanted. It's very oblique, like, the way in which you're evaluating it. Like, it's way more straightforward how you evaluate all the other companies. Ooh, a Germany game. A Germany start. We're like welcome to the stream, Neff. Although we're kind of at the tail end of it. We were trying to figure out what's the best start in Victoria 3, so we're doing a kind of run with each of these where we play maybe the first 10 to 15 years to try and get a feel with it for it and try and evaluate like all the strong modifiers. One of the problems with the Canal Company, though, that we're not evaluating at all here is that the upfront investment into the Canal Company does not reap immediate rewards. And so even if the Canal Company is good here, which it seems like it is mathematically, we can't even slot it in yet. By the time we could slot it in, our GDP might be too big, but we could have grown our GDP more if we never constructed the canal, and that would have had a cumulative positive effect, right? It would have had a snowball effect because the iron mine we build then makes more money, which allows us to build more and more buildings, etc., etc. And so having you can't just compare the flat construction of the canal to the flat construction of the buildings, because that's not accounting for the snowball effect and how long it takes you to employ up. 3 streams in a row. It's loud playing week. I'm expecting every single day for it to be super loud, so I can't record videos when it's super loud. The way to buff trade is to make prices scale more extremely with small deficits and surpluses. Make prices scale. The way to buff trade is to make it so trade is not as negatively affected by MAPI somehow. Trade was so big before 1.5. Can you tilt this from run so we can slot in and check? We're so far from being able to slot it in, man. This thing has to be 50% employed. We're so far away. Thanks. I figured I'd come in and say hi. Yeah. If you guys are on Twitch, Neff is a regular on the Discord for Vic 3. If you guys wanted to check him out, he has started to stream and such. We get the baboop. The virus, thank you for the follow, big nice. Most other companies need little investment, yeah. So, like... But, I mean, it's absolutely the case. If you're really small, you're not going to be getting to... In the first 15 years of the game, you're not going to be getting to 74 million GDP, right? Can you privatize the canal, by the way? I'm not sure what you mean by privatize the canal. You have to subsidize it either way, but... Only buildings that can be constructed and owned by others can be privatized. No. Do bonuses on general company throughput increase the flat canal money? I don't think so, but I don't think the throughput gets applied to it. Because the canal money is from this, but something I just realized is also when you're comparing the Suez company to other companies, you also have to consider the cheaper construction costs. Which, okay, that's really hard to evaluate, because how much are we saving on construction from having this company in for an extended period of time? And that's like a math thing. You would have to count the proportion of your economy it is, and then the cost of that level of construction, because even though the trade center is receiving a free money modifier is super, super cool, you don't spend construction on trade centers, so you're not like saving, you're not gaining the benefit in that way. Can you swap to a different run and slot it in? None of the runs we can get it in the first 15 years, which makes me think that it's kind of just not worth it for, if you can expect to be over maybe 50 million GDP by 1850, it's probably not worth it. Or it's probably not worth it for the GPs. The 50k per week income is useful and can be spent on construction, but even getting the canal to 50% occupancy takes time. Yeah, at a certain point, like, building the canal is super, super useful from the perspective of decreasing port connections, allowing you to run way more trade. And, like, it becomes, like, the point at which it was, like, the canal itself is just super valuable, independent of the company. Like, there's like a threshold, and like that also needs to be considered for the GPs. I don't think we're like that close to that with the GPs, but maybe we're not that far off of it either, because we're planning on going after India like in the next couple of years. So the reason IRL trade is good isn't that there's a small price difference. It's caused by giant price differences, which just don't exist in Vic 3. Yeah, their design philosophy is that they don't want to give special bonuses to countries, and I think without having like special really big comparative advantage bonuses, or just a rework of technology and the ability to implement technology and production methods, like that's just vastly overhauled, we're just not going to see huge price differences. I 100% agree though. Sell the canal into the financial districts. The canal will be a company owned next patch. Can you imagine the company gets the 50k? Brother. Talk about some power. What I do is put some years with a greener grass decree. Yep, you also have to evaluate the upfront cost of paying the decree. We're currently using social mobility. I don't know which one's better. I feel like we have the pops there, they just can't deploy in the thing because they lack the qualifications. If we had multiculturalism, it'd be less of a problem, but then you're talking about getting it after you have multiculturalism. So I have no math to back this up. Sounds like an opinion we can get behind. But the canal always feels bad because it doesn't employ ever. It employs eventually, but like we emphasized it, we built it, we did this basically on game start, and we still don't have it 15, 16 years in. Which is like... The canal company, when it's in, is like... I mean, by the looks of it, it's good if you're under like 20 million GDP, right? But also the upfront investment to get it in is going to slow your growth. Is there a mod which gives canal companies +1 slots? What do you think about this? There's a mod that gives canal companies +1 slots. What do you think about this? That actually sounds super neat. I think I like it. I think that the canal companies should be better. I think that this I don't like the flat scaling here. Is like my biggest beef with the canal companies. The canal companies, so if you're really small, it's insane. So it's like it's not like it's bad if you're small, but like the canal companies should scale like differently. It shouldn't just be a 50k flat bonus, right? Like, it should scale with the amount of convoys that are going through it. Migrate people with your culture? I'm not sure we can get enough migration attraction here. To cause migration. Maybe we can. I mean, maybe we can now that we have, like, the full Germany. We could just take it. Well, we can't take a look now because of that, but... The SOL is so low that migration is terrible, even with the edict. Yeah, this is kind of what I think about it. Although the turmoil is like, well, the turmoil is still in there. We could have police. If we had Policia, Mas Policia, it would look a little bit better. Because it's partially incorporated. Victory wish list a decade from now is multiple currencies and inflation for sure. Yeah. I hope that they give... I hope Vic 3 starts doing better and they give it more development resources. I think that this is... I say this all the time. I don't have evidence for it. I think Vic 3's development team is substantially smaller than, like, EU4, EU5, and CK. And if they had a bigger development team, they could implement stuff faster. It would employ more easily if you didn't need capitalists, to be honest. It was a government building. Since you can't privatize it, it would probably be higher faster. Does it still require capitalists? I thought they changed it to bureaucrats. It does still require capitalists. That is the rub. You built it in 1860 as Mascara. It's not that hard to build early. Mascara, I think there's a substantive difference in terms of getting it to employ up if you're playing Mascara. Because don't you accept those pops? But also, like, it becomes a function of, like, how big you're going to be by the time you finish it, and, like, just how expensive the cumulative cost of constructing it is relative to building buildings that cause economic activity. I mean, we can get rid of some of these and just take a look. So from 14 to... We notably don't have a cultural community, 79. 79 is probably enough, right? No, it's not even green, man. It's not even green, man. I thought it was green. Should definitely scale with convoys going through. You had trouble employing it while playing as Egypt on 1.5. I think it's easier to employ up now than it used to be. This has been something that people consistently have complained about. I think it's still rough to employ it up. I mean, like, I think that the employing it up should be a non-issue relative to the freaking digging of this. Like, the issue is the digging of this, right? Like, not the employment levels. Yeah. Usually built in the 60s when you're playing Greece. Yeah, I mean, after a certain point, you're actually building it for just the route through here, too. Remove the capitalists, and you largely remove the slow hiring problem with it. It should just be bureaucrats anyways. The investment cost relative to how useful it would be as a company. It just... I mean, I wonder, the, like, secondary thing is, like, okay, if it's not good to go for on GPs, which is kind of what I'm thinking, what's the biggest country that it's good to go on? And I have no idea what the answer to that is. Like, so it could be good to go for Spain, right? Spain might not be able to achieve, like, this type of eco at this timing. We're still so far from employing it up. Because we've been at this a couple of years, too. And it has to get to 2,500 for us to be able to slot the company in. And then the company has to get its thing. But I think it's better to have small dev teams. It seems to lead to better ideas and clear path. Yeah. 12.5k iron mines versus 12.5 iron mines versus 50k gov income. Those 12.5 iron, like, in terms of economic activity, those 12.5 iron mines effectively represent a 30 to 40% or a 30 to 40k free money modifier, but, like, you're also lowering the equilibrium price of something that is a quarter of the government construction goods cost. Right? So if we... The problem is that multiple variables are, like, happening at once, and it's, like, hard to just, like, abstract it. But if we lower the price of iron by 20, right, that's... And everything else stays constant, which that's not, like, how that works. Then... Or if we lower the price of iron by 10% or 20, let's say 10%, then that's kind of the same as making 20k more in terms of government income. Canal companies should give a really small percentage of the world GDP. Yeah, that'd be a fine scaling too. The route is also big for Greece. You can invade and destroy enemy convoys of Europeans because they pass through the Mediterranean Sea. It shuts off when you're at war with them for the AI, though, I think. USA is the biggest country it's worth for, I think. USA, yeah, so USA is an interesting one because they don't spike, they won't spike until, like, the mid-60s, right? They don't hit their stride that early. Eventually they spike super hard. I don't know if I think it's worth it on the US, but, like, that's kind of an interesting one because the timing on them is a little bit slow. The problem is, like, also evaluating the cost of the upfront construction cost itself and how that could have been spent on more eco. I agree with whoever's writes at Starkus. That sounds correct. But then, like, there's also a non-monetary benefit of decreased convoys that you have to evaluate too, which is like, how many convoys are you saving? What's the value of those convoys? You think it's best for Britain out of all the starting GDPs, since Britain always needs more convoys as a subject and overseas when GDP grows? I actually think as Britain, you're supposed to move your market capital, and the place you're maybe supposed to move it to is maybe India, which is like really painful. Like maybe you're supposed to conquer Sind and move it to Sind or something like that. It takes 20 years because it has to be incorporated. I think we ended up moving our market capital here in our UK run. Eventually, just the convoy cost of just going across the pond one thing is like substantive. And that's not how the routes get calculated, because I don't know exactly how it works, but like if you have a land route like all the way over here, I think it ships the convoys here anyways. Like if you have to pass through too many states, like we can do one node to like Flanders, right? But if we have to pass through too many states to get to Samara, like the AI will still prefer like running the trade route around or whatever, rather than like shipping to Flanders and then overland to Samara. I'm not sure exactly how that works. Just like it's really painful after a certain point with the UK. So that's like another thing. It's like there's so many moving parts in the evaluation of how good is the canal company. Whereas a canal company, Sinai is obviously better, but. By the way, if you're at war with someone and you own the canal, they cannot use the canal connection. Yep, this is true. Let's go. Tarkus agrees. Played numerous times as Greece and use it to your advantage. US starts with a ton of bureaucracy is why. Well, this is like another thing, is like eating the bureaucracy for a year is an upfront cost as well. Obviously, if you have positive bureaucracy for whatever reason, and I suppose that reason might often be taking Beijing, it's like offset, but like you're still, we would have, relative to otherwise, we would have built a ton more iron mines, you know, and we would have deleted these government administrations, some of these, and saved on the money for some time. But the iron price decrease does not align with your high prices goal. Higher iron prices, no, it doesn't increase. It doesn't decrease the overall price, market prices. It decreases the equilibrium of iron specifically. So relative to all other goods, the target price of iron is at a particular rate. So we can talk about this. So, spreadsheet incoming, hide your kids. So, you have to look at it from an equilibrium perspective. So, here we have an instance where we have a company, and an instance where we have just kind of regular iron. These are all the same efficiency as each other at this price. And this is efficiency per week of construction. And so what we do when we talk about we want prices high, we want all of these prices to go up together. So we want this to become 63. Let's say we're doubling, which is going to lead to prices that are impossible. This go to 27, this go to 61, this go to 88, this go to, what is it, 128, 138? Right? And now the equilibrium stays roughly the same. Each building is roughly the same value as each other. And so when we talk about increasing overall prices, we're talking about increasing all the prices while keeping all the goods prices relative to one another, such that you're indifferent to which building you build. You want to hit an equilibrium or an indifference threshold. What I'm saying is when you slot in the company, you decrease the equilibrium that you need for iron specifically, which is your biggest government expense. You raise the equilibrium for other stuff in your market that's not iron, like consumer goods, so you'll lower SOL when you slot in like an iron company, effectively speaking, especially relative to slotting in a clothing company. But This is like a similar equilibrium where we don't have the company and price is minus 5% versus minus 21%, which means that if we're decreasing our biggest government expense by 15%, that's like a really substantive thing that's also hard to evaluate, and I'm not sure if just effectively decreasing it when we're looking at it is double counting or not. But I think that it might be the case that you can view this as a way of having companies in is effectively a way of shifting income from the consumer economy to the government economy, because you save government money, and in doing so, you will raise the equilibrium price of other goods. So if we take a look, the equilibrium price of iron is 31, right? The equilibrium price of these other ones remained constant. So relatively speaking, although the equilibrium price of steel dropped. To be fair, this is comparing a company versus no company, so that's not actually quite correct. But it's effectively raising the prices of other stuff. So it's effectively a form of government income, but like it's making consumer goods more expensive, right? And it's making other government goods more expensive slightly. And so like, but like I can't just look at the thing and like know the numbers. Like the numbers are like rough. But it doesn't interfere with the goal of high prices high. When I say we want high prices high, we want to increase all these by 10%. But even if you increase this by 10%, right, the equilibrium price will still be lower than before you had the company in. Did bro just refer to the English Channel as the pond? It's all the pond to me, man. Same Atlantic. US starts with plus 600 bureaucracy at GameStart and could raise PM for 1.2k. So that is a reason for USA. So you don't have to pay the penalty of the tax situation as hard. You're still losing out on the construction. Let's say you get it online by 1960. I don't know what the GDP trajectory is, and if it's worth slotting in by then. But it might be barely worth slotting in by then for like 5 or 6 years or something. Or it's probably worth slotting in by then, but you keep it in for like 5 or 6 years, something like that. And is that enough to offset the upfront construction investment and the slight bureaucracy investment, which is decidedly less than other people's bureaucracy investment? Is it worth it? I'm not sure. I think of the iron throughput bonus is more of a construction bonus, since you need less buildings to reach the same equilibrium. You simultaneously need less buildings and the equilibrium is lower. Are you here for the real Vic 3 alpha? What, the game's just the alpha version, the spreadsheet's the real game? 1860 is a really late date to get it for a GP? To get the company in? I mean, we've been encouraging migration, or encouraging social mobility here in Sinai, which, by the way, is a different sort of cause, for a while now. The construction finished a while ago. We're still only like a little over a third of the way to employing this all the way. Okay, so I mean, maybe 1860 is a little bit slow, but like 1855, 1856, something like this. And it still might be worth it for the USA. I'm just saying, like, largely because of the bureaucracy thing. I don't think you're getting it like way earlier than like I mean, I don't think you're getting it before 1851. I think we've already been employing for like 2 years now. I guess I'm not really 100% sure, but if we've been employing for 2 years and we're a little under a third the way there, and we just assume you needed about another 5 years, maybe 1856. You're back from the ads, you survived. That's unfortunate. We conveyed some very important information. Specifically about you, Neff. In that time period. You missed it. How horrifying they were. You must learn from them. True. Argument for building it early is that no one else can snipe it, but I'm not sure that matters in single player. I mean, it matters a little bit. But also, like, this doesn't include the convoy savings in terms of the evaluation. USA doesn't really benefit from the convoy savings, but, like, or, you know, the upfront investment. I don't know. There's, like, so many moving parts. I guess there's, like, people where it's obviously worth it and people where it's obviously not worth it. Is maybe, like, the right way to think about it. The employment won't scale linearly. Because the turmoil is going down. That might be true. We also could have had a higher law enforcement, in which point it would employ up faster, easier. I mean, I think splitting the hairs over like 1 or 2 years is like, it's still going to be like, you know, it's still going to be like a 20-year investment from game start, basically. Or, like, not exactly 20 years, but, like, 18-year investment from game start. And you, for 15 years, you do not receive any sort of yields off of the construction you invested in the canal. Actually, you get the convoy reduction earlier, but you're not getting, relative to having spent all the construction that went into it instead on an iron mines, which would yield more income, some of which would float up to the government, right? And you'd increase the size of your economy and this type of thing. Also less needs for ports. Yeah. Well, but this is a separate type of thing. Is like, the canal gets really good around the 80s and 90s, right? Because of the convoy reduction usage. But that's like, comparing getting the canal to not getting it is somewhat disingenuous. I don't think I'm comparing it to not getting it at all. I'm saying, but like like Victoria 3 is a game of snowballing. The opportunity cost is you could have built other stuff instead earlier. Like, and like that's like a very significant, like the value of locking in 20 construction at game start, or, you know, in terms of what's going to be contributed to that, is significantly higher at the start of the game. Locking in 20 construction for 5 to 10 years, or however long it takes for it to construct, is significantly higher at the start of the game than it is like doing it in the like 60s or 70s or something like this. Because you are getting the snowball rolling way slower as a result of this. Bonjour. Because we're talking about, first thing you do is like you rush the canal. Because like if you get the canal in the 70s and 80s and like 90s, and your GDP is already big, you're getting the canal, but you're just not using the company. And we're talking about saying that the company is so good that we rush the canal. So the opportunity cost is rushing the canal versus getting the canal at like a reasonable time. It will scale big due to having a big pop group there, hitting high literacy. I'm pretty sure roughly 1850 date isn't crazy. You're sure? We're past 1850. You're talking about double decreeing it? Then you have to like think about the cost of a decree. Or the value of a decree. You only need some Germans to migrate there when you're there with when you have 100k people with no qualifications to fill the Suez Canal. So we're gonna, as soon as we get Sinai, talk about. To be fair, no, the U.S. will be faster. We actually didn't get Sinai. We didn't start the Suez survey for like the first 3 years, right? Okay, so if you do it day one as the USA, maybe by 1850 you can fill it up. Right? Because we didn't do it this day one. Because we restarted because we thought doing it day one was bad. And we did it after we got this. But like the cost of doing the survey is also not like, or turning up PMs to do the survey is not like nothing, although I think it's relatively small. 100 prestige. Oh, 100 prestige is also a consideration. Yeah, that's fair enough. You didn't instantly social mobility and violent suppression. No, but we've been doing it. We've been doing the social mobility for a big chunk of time. But sure, you can instantly do that. But now we're investing more stuff into the canal, right? For an extended period of time, when we're trying to snowball. To be fair, you don't get a lot from consumption taxes really, really early on. But like, and so maybe this is not even a good comparison. But like, if we're talking about spending, 200 authority for an extended period of time, to be fair, this is not a good comparison. This one's maybe a little bit more fair, because services is the best, and you almost always have services in. Like, there's just, like, getting 20k for construction is less valuable, or is more valuable 10 years earlier in the game than it is 10 years later in the game as well. Because it'll snowball. Well, actually, it's like the same value, but the point is it snowballs you. So, like, I'm also not saying it's not worth it on the USA. I'm just saying, like, there's, like, a lot of, like, variables, and I'm, like, kind of sussy about it. I haven't done the math. I don't even know how to set up the math for that, though. When I play Russia, I choose my third company as a construction company with a massive boost for the economy. When you conquer, you build a port and start sending greener grass decree. Yeah, you're talking about a different method than he's talking about. Unless you guys are talking about 3 decrees. To be fair, we probably should have done the violent suppression. And again, we also could have had the higher level police, but now we're spending investment on police as well. But the police are going to be good either way. When you have the specific cultural community, it's fast. It's going to remove turmoil. That's an interesting one. Greener grass, social mobility, violent suppression, 1 grain for SOL, 1 uni. You can do it by 1850. That seems like a lot. Spending authority is basically saying you'll pass laws slower. It's saying whatever you would have spent the authority on, you can't. Sometimes it's, like France, we came off of floating the authority early, but there's, yeah. Because later in the game, you'll have better construction PMs to make construction cheaper, like steel frame. Or it's more valuable later. Maybe I worded that wrong. You would rather, if you could choose between having 10k free money at the start of the game or 10k free money 20 years into the game, you would choose at the start of the game. Right? The police won't do much if it's not incorporated. Yeah, but I think you incorporate it instantly as well. To be fair, we did incorporate it instantly. And so we got it 9 years ago. So we didn't, like... The fact that we didn't do the survey instantly is a substantive difference. And maybe you're supposed to take Sinai... You could also take Sinai before you'd finish the survey and just pay extra infamy for it. That's not against the rules. If you want to get it like as fast as possible. Because then it will have lower turmoil and stuff by the time you start. So, I'm talking about marginal authority though. At that point in the game, it's usually floating for it. Law passes. Yeah, but I think that's substantive. But you're not comparing it to the services income. You're comparing it to some other type of income. But we are still running the decrees here. I mean, I think we agree that it's probably not worth it to rush on like Prussia when you're doing Super Germany. Police is doing very little. It would help you get the construction faster, and it deals with some of the other effects of turmoil, of which migration attraction. I'm saying police more in response to the guy who wants us to solve the issue by greener grass, more so than you, because you're talking about violent suppression and promote social mobility. But if you want to do greener grass, then the police is going to be much more relevant. Cyanide ain't expensive, yeah. So maybe you just take cyanide before. If you are trying to get the company as fast as possible, it's like 2 extra infamy. Yeah. Is building a university even worth it? I don't think it's worth it, but yeah. On this run, you had a relatively drawn-out war to actually acquire cyanide. Yeah, so we got cyanide relatively slow. On the point of the USA being able to get it before 1850, I think I was incorrect. Or I think they could probably do it by 1850. Because we didn't rush it as Germany. We waited until we had Beijing, and then the war took a while for us to resolve. So, do you even have enough academics qualifications to hire 25% of a university? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Is like, I've done the university thing in the Canal, and I've not felt that it employs faster. Because it gives you 15% qualifications, right? Or however much. I think it actually depends on the PM. But it gives you 15% on the one that you're on most of the time. 10% if you're on Scholastic. But the amount of qualifications it takes to get that even slotted up, you would rather just fill up the Canal company, I feel like. But also, the qualifications for capitalists are harder to achieve than the qualifications for academics, right? So I don't have the answers on if that works. Worth mentioning, only GP in Egypt can start the survey D1. Yeah, that's like a 30-day difference though. That's not the biggest deal. But what about the economic game of war reps in Egypt from the war? Oh man, you're so right. We're all in on the Canal now. I mean, maybe USA is the biggest that's still worth. Mainly because the bureaucracy is like not a thing. I mean, the Ottomans are different, like because they can employ it up way faster. Do you think it's worth it on Spain? If we don't think it's worth it on the USA. Probably. I don't know. I don't know how valuable the snowball, slowing down the snowball is. The problem is discriminated for capitalists. Just build some hotels. Yeah, that's also like an empirical question. I suppose could try and solve that as well. Just see which is better between using which 2 decrees you use. Ottoman has a truce with Egypt. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they can't take it at the start. Ottomans also have a weird... Bureaucracy is effectively more expensive for the Ottomans, so that's a separate issue. Another question is what countries is it worth it for you to go minus 100% bureaucracy on in order to do this? Because that did not feel very good, but I think with the really, really small countries, you don't give a shit. That I don't know how to evaluate that well. And of course, you can do the cheese where you get the free bureaucracy. So then like that 100% like changes things quite a bit. But not getting tax income for an entire year, when like the value of that money is like getting the ball rolling on your economy. The snowball does not exist. Everything is linear. What? What do you mean? Small advantages turn to like big GDP at the end. Play is trolling me. Exponential growth is a lie. Growth is always linear. We don't have to do the survey from the journal. That's what I'm learning from today's stream. Just takes that out right away. Yeah. You still have to do the survey to build the canal, though, no? Am I missing something? But, like, I mean, I think you always eventually build the canal. I just don't know if it's worth... what all the starts it's worth rushing on are. And I think that I'm probably not going to do it on GPs. Although USA is maybe going to be... maybe it's worth on USA. You draw a line between 1836 GDP and 1836. It's linear, simple. I gotta not listen to Playa because he trolls like 30% of the time. A straight line. Until I do some greener grass and dev a little bit, Sinai when I went the canal is already at 0% turmoil. Yeah, so this is also a different sort of thing, is like, we would have had to invest a whole lot less construction as well if we didn't build through the turmoil. To be fair, I was gonna give myself motion sickness. We poorly executed this to some extent. Because we should have done violent suppression while we were constructing. Because it was a large enough percentage of our construction that, like, that would have been worth it. The initial growth in this run definitely felt sluggish. We also swapped sides, so we don't have our full graph, which is unfortunate. We just shouldn't have done that. We wanted to get the bankroll, though. We should have actually just restarted the client and console commanded it, but then I would have had to learn how to do that. 3 AM generalist time? The generalist time is almost over. We're kind of arguing about the Canal Company a little bit. We're not arguing. Well, maybe arguing. Kind of thinking through it. I mean, there's so many variables. It's really hard to like evaluate worth or not. I think it's definitely more worth it than I thought it was like a few weeks ago. They've really changed like a lot of the systems to make it better, but it's also like I wish it scaled more linearly rather than the flat amount just being super insane. Like, I wish the value of the company scaled more linearly with the amount of economic activity that was going with the world. Though just like 50k flat taxes is like kind of just... I want the canal to be absolutely insane throughout the game, and I actually think it should be better later on in the game. Also, do you want to finish the canal after getting it, or so other GPs don't get annoying claims on it? That's another thing that's like kind of frustrating. I don't know how to evaluate that. If you don't build it immediately, sometimes you have to tell a GP to shove it and spend 14 infamy to check it. If you check the math, turmoil and canals, it's a bloody drain for your time construction, yeah. But like, before 200 million GDP, let's say, the canal company itself, when slotted in, is insane. People trying to convince you everything is linear, best psyop ever, yeah, I know. Like, but like the thing is like some aspect of it is linear. Like it was yesterday with the like the. I would say that the value of a university is exponential, but the cost is linear. But like the cost of like, yeah, the like benefit is increasing like linearly with the size of your economy, but for each individual university or for each individual innovation, the value of it is increasing. The value of it increases as time goes on in the game, and the size of your economy increases. But like, it effectively makes the value of universities increase, like as the game goes on. But then they eventually get capped. Yeah, let's not get into the university thing again. I think Persia's the best canal country. Don't rush it though. Persia accepts the pops, right? I think accepting the pops makes it like considerably more attractive. You should get another bonus with tech or later, which scares the world GDP. Yeah, one of the problems with I wanted to do Panama run, but never take a single other state, and just take treaty ports only. If you take a treaty port to do the Sinai thing, God, oh God, is it slow. I think you don't have to deal with the turmoil if you do a treaty port though. Or percentage of your country's convoys. It's scaling with your own convoys that would actually be most straightforward, huh? If it also just gave you more convoys, that'd be nice too. It used to give you more convoys, not anymore. Of course, on release, you couldn't get the bonus. It was impossible. Let's get out of here though. Let's stop talking about the Canal company. I think we're just like, yeah, we're slowly just burning away here, and I think I've kind of formulated my overall impression. I mean, every single one of these tests, we've just like gone for the Canal company super early, and we can't get it in the first 15 years as well. So I think that like coming to the conclusion that like 20 million is maybe kind of a rough idea of when it's going to be worth to slot in, independent of whether or not it's worth to build in the first place, because that's a different sort of consideration. I think that's at least useful. Oh man, who should we raid? Let's check our category, huh? Our category being Vic 3. Not like this, we're the only Vic 3 streamer. No. Alright. Could raid Ben and Karen. Maybe we just don't raid anyone? Not like this. Not like this. Neff, start streaming. Remember when the bonus was impossible to get? Yeah. The only one you say? Yeah, Neff, you stream Vic 3, I'll send everyone your way. I'm busy setting up my Twitch affiliate stuff. Twitch gave me access today. We'll keep talking about the Canal company for 5 minutes if you want to stream, and we'll raid you. Not that like I don't know how much people will want to stay around for this type of thing. I can't guarantee any of that, but raid a CK3 streamer, true. We'll have to see. Maybe yeah. Let's look at the category for CK3. Maybe we show you guys us looking for the category. I don't watch that much like Twitch, and so like a lot of my like recommendeds are just like from forever ago when I watched like Twitch and League of Legends. We do see a lot of DLC stuff, but yeah, the category for I mean, I like to raid people. Maybe we just don't even need to. assume he's saying that's fine to raid a CK3 streamer, so let's maybe do that. Which sounds the best? Burr can have a little intrigue. Burr, what's even that mean? Burr, alright. Very sure you get Asia. More DLC goodness. Continuing longer streams, that's true. The truth hurts. Cozy weekday stream. Thursday night CK3. We don't know any of these guys. I wish people would not put Crusader Kings in their category or in their Twitch thing. It's like, I know that's what you're streaming based on the category being Crusader Kings. You could just raid Ben, except I don't think it's Ben, I think it's Karen. It's Ben and Karen, except this one's Karen. Yeah, Karen's playing poker. Could raid there, though. Could raid Pink Ward. The, like, one other person I follow. Bro, Pink Ward, sometimes you just like to watch someone get dumpstered. He's not in game yet. But I guess he's about to start a game. Maybe that's an okay raid. For those of you who like League of Legends, we'll maybe throw this one in. It's always fun to watch the outplays. And for the people who want to follow, copy. You could see I've been playing Path of Exile based on my autofill. Yeah, let's link it to everyone. But yeah, sometimes it's nice to watch him dump on people. And where do we click the button? Raid now. Alright. Nice stream. Thank you, everyone. Oh, I just already clicked the raid now, so we're talking just to the other ones. Yeah, have a good one, you guys. Bye-bye now.